detect a quorum. Today is Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. This is the fourth meeting, 2025, and the 33rd meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by Pastor Robert Stanley of Vine Glen Baptist Church. Pastor Stanley is the guest of District 28 Council Member David Benton. Go ahead, sir.
Amen. Pray with me, please. Let us bow. Precious Lord, all-wise and powerful Heavenly Father, we come to you with this our prayer. We look to you always to help us with our judgments to do the right thing. You have appointed this body that I stand before with authority and administrative power. May it lead with grace and goodwill. Lord, let every decision be determined out of godly concern for the people. Strengthen this council by your Spirit, such that love always rules the day. And gracious Lord, I pray to you on behalf of the constituents, the ones that voted these men and women into office. As they rule over us, let the peace of God rule in their hearts, that our lives may be better, our communities safer, our future brighter. Guide this body always, Heavenly Father, in righteousness. And Lord, this is my prayer. Hear my prayer, gracious Father. I ask in Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may all be seated. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Stanley. All right, welcome council and community members to Women's History Month. As we highlighted at the start of this term, Nashville's Metro Council is, for the first time in our city's history, by election rather than attrition, majority women. And all 5 at-large seats are held by women. In the United States, city councils, as the government closest to the people, are highly accessible and hopefully highly representative of their constituencies in all their diversity. It was my pleasure to attend the Tennessee Municipal League Conference yesterday, and I saw several of you there as well. Thank you, council members, and chat with elected officials from all sizes and populations of cities across our great state. I spoke with a woman mayor from one of our smallest cities, a woman mayor from our 3rd largest city, and several women serving as council members. In our own city, a lone woman was serving in this body of 40 persons until 1979. And when I graduated from college in 1995, there were only 5 women on the Metro Council. 2007 saw the election of the first woman as vice mayor. Across all the 50 states, women hold 2,420, or 33%, just 1/3 of the 7,386 seats in our state legislatures. Tennessee is second to the last of all 50 states, with just 15% of the General Assembly being women. So special kudos and thank you to those women who have stepped up to serve at the federal level. 151 of the 535 seats in Congress are held by women. That's just 28%. There are currently 26 women in the 100-member Senate, and a woman has never been president of the United States yet. I encourage all council members and Nashvillians to visit the Votes for Women room at the downtown library and the NashvilleSites.org, SITES.org website and social media platforms for curated walking and driving tours that highlight women's history across Nashville. Though it is very blustery outside this evening, the last 2 days, we've had a beautiful crescent moon over Nashville, which marked the start of a holy month of fasting and reflection for our Muslim neighbors. We wish them Ramadan Kareem. I hope council members and Nashvillians will make plans to attend the 10th Annual Music City Iftar Dinner later this week, hosted by the Human Relations Commission. It's been my pleasure to facilitate a table discussion in years past at the Iftar, and as always, when you sit down with a broad diversity of folks in opinion, religion, age, profession, and politics, and make time to listen, you do learn a lot. Okay, March is also a big birthday month for council members. A full quarter of us celebrate birthdays this month, so don't know what's going on. In fact, yes, and today is Councilmember Hancock's actual birthday. So happy birthday to her. Ms. Hancock, I hear there is king cake for Mardi Gras and perhaps your birthday as well in the kitchen. Tomorrow marks Ash Wednesday and the start of the Lenten season for many of our Christian neighbors as they prepare for Easter. Okay, members, lastly, you have a lot of items on your desk, and I want to highlight two of those, okay? First is a memo from me regarding a vacancy on the Procurement Standards Board. As chair of our Procurement Policy Working Group, Ms. Swara can tell you this is a very important board for our city. We'll take nominations at the next council meeting. And second and lastly, on your desk and also linked in my March newsletter to you all on Sunday is an explanation of the difference between a point of order and a point of inquiry. Now, 98% of you opened that newsletter, so thank you. But only 4 of you clicked through on the points of order and inquiry explainer, okay? So I'm just saying that you may want to review this sheet on your desks and keep it close, put it in your drawer perhaps, okay? All righty, okay. All right, without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to please record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes of the meeting of February 18th, 2025? And is there a second? Okay, there is a motion properly seconded, so without objection, and seeing no one seeking to be recognized to change the minutes of the meeting of February 18th are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right. In a very kind of unusual order of business here, because we had somewhat of a surprise adjournment at our last meeting, we pick up our agenda right where we left off with Section E, unfinished business, bills on second reading. Okay, so I'm going to kind of read you in and catch you up on where we were in the order of the debate. Okay, so first on our agenda under unfinished business is Ordinance BL 2025-690. This is an ordinance amending Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the use of a community safety network. Okay, this ordinance was under consideration on second reading at the February 18th council meeting when council voted to adjourn the meeting due to inclement weather. Because the council had started consideration on this matter, it was left pending and unresolved. Pursuant to Robert's Rules of Order, we will begin consideration immediately where we left off on February 18th. Prior to the adjournment, Mr. Horton had moved the bill for approval, which motion was properly seconded. Mr. Prep T then moved amendment number 4 for approval, and that motion was properly seconded. The council considered Amendment 4 and voted to adopt it. This amendment is now on the bill and referred to as Amendment A. Mr. Horton then moved to approve the bill as amended, and that was properly seconded. Then Mr. Huffman moved Amendment number 2 for approval, and that motion was also properly seconded. The floor was open for discussion on this motion. After Ms. Porterfield spoke on the motion to adjourn was made, seconded, and adopted. So we are now still in the midst of discussion on the motion to approve Amendment 2. So if you want to discuss Amendment 2, please do get into the queue, okay? Mr. Huffman, you were in proper order having moved that amendment, and at this time, since we are on discussion, I'm just going to look to the queue and go on from there, rather than acknowledging you again, sir, okay? All right. First in the queue for discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 2 is Mr. Prep T. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I yield my time back to the chair. I was.
No worries, sir. Okay. Ms. Suara, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I yield my time to the chair. I wanted to use the legal thing. I'm in the queue for the bill, not for the amendment.
For the bill. Okay, so I would like you to be in the queue, please, for the amendment. Amendment 2 is what is under consideration, okay? That is in your amendments packet, and we are on discussion. So please familiarize. Yes, point of inquiry, yes. Ms. Toombs, please rise. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So for sponsors of other amendments, can we move our amendment if we're in the queue, or do we have to wait until conversation is
We're
wrapped
going to
up?
dispose of Amendment 2, and then we will get the bill in front of us again to approve, and then on that discussion, you can, any member can make a motion on the other amendments. So we do not go through them like they're a menu. They are just offered as members or the sponsors see fit, okay? And this was the next one that was offered. So, okay, Mr. Cash, are you seeking to be recognized on discussion on Amendment 2? Okay, go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Thanks. I was trying to pull it up. I want to ask a question, and like I know that with I sometimes think we're conflating commercially zoned property and commercially taxed property, and I think the latter, the multifamily that we've been talking about with this amendment. There's some gray area more with the expectation of privacy. I think it's not quite as clear, and I think that some folks, including Councilmember Huffman, are trying to drill down on that and make it as kind of think about not leaving some things that should like clear up some gray area. But I want to like the first part of that section talks about how there are like it talks about expectation of privacy, and there are court rulings and there are practices and policies of the department that relate to that, and so there's a body of knowledge that's under that umbrella, and then later we're adding some things, or this amendment is adding something that kind of spells out some things, especially like I'm going to give the example of parking areas. And I guess I'm just wondering, I guess I'm just making sure that with this language that we are being more careful about areas that with an expectation of privacy and not inadvertently possibly broadening them. Like there's a park, like a front-facing parking area from the street, no expectation of privacy, right? Something in the back, maybe there are lots of trees and maybe there are even little coverings for individual cars to go into, maybe not have the same expectation of privacy. So I guess I'm just wondering if I guess I want to ask Metro Legal or whoever wants to take it, if it's possible that we're opening up some exceptions. For example, they're wondering if there's an expectation of privacy for the camera, and they think, well, it looks kind of private here in the back with all the trees and shade. But look, the bill says, the law says parking area. So my question makes sense?
It does, sir. So the language is available to you all in your amendment packet, and I see what you're getting at. I'm going to suggest that we direct that question first to Special Counsel Darby, having worked with our members on the amendments and written the analysis and so forth. And then if that answer is insufficient, I'm happy to direct it to Metro Legal. Is that okay with you, Mr. Cash?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Special Counsel Darby, you're recognized.
So the first provision that you were discussing in K1B discusses that the MNPD shall not have access to a donor camera which views an area where there is a reasonable expectation of privacy. This addition in Amendment 2 would go on to add that MNPD would not have access to a donor camera that is installed upon the property of a multifamily residential use and focuses on an area other than a parking lot, a parking garage, or an outdoor common area. So it's basically defining 3 public areas that would be available for live donor camera access, donor camera access, and it would still exclude areas of the property where there may be some reasonable expectation of privacy.
Right.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Cash? Or
I think so. So it narrows the places that can be where the cameras can go. It doesn't possibly expand them. Does that make sense?
Special Counsel Darby?
It states specifically some areas where cameras would, if the cameras were focused on these areas where MNPD would be able to have access to the donor cameras. So it's being specific about some areas where they would be able to access, but other than those 3 areas, the MNPD would not be able to access the donor cameras on a multifamily property.
Great, thank you.
And it keeps the reasonable expectation of privacy exclusion.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cash. And back to Mr. Huffman. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for my colleague recognizing that very important clarifying question. I couldn't have said it better than Ms. Darby just said. Essentially, what we're trying to do here is really simple. We're trying to protect the rights, the privacy rights of the individuals that do live in apartments, while also respecting that an apartment complex is, in fact, a business, and they have the right to protect their property and share information therein with the MNPD. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huffman. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized on the motion to amend with Amendment 2? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the vote. All in favor of Amendment 2, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, any abstaining? Ms. Darby, do we need a roll call? Okay. The amendment prevails. So Amendment 2 is on the bill, and we will continue discussion. Mr. Horton, can you give us a motion again, please, sir? Oh, I'm sorry, I got to turn your mic on.
I would like to move for approval as amended, please.
Okay, all right, so we're continue on discussion. And Ms. Toombs, as part of that discussion, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move Amendment 1.
Okay, there's a motion to amend with Amendment 1 properly seconded. And so we are on discussion of Amendment 1. Go ahead, Ms. Toombs.
The amendment is pretty straightforward. It prohibits live access to live video footage on properties that are for solely residential use.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Next in the queue regarding Amendment 1 is Ms. Stiles. Ms. Toombs' Amendment 1. Go ahead, Ms. Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I understand everyone's desire to respect privacy, and we also have a desire to allow our business owners to be able to monitor their property. I think it's important, I can speak for my own district, that being able to have cameras on apartment property is really critical. I have a lot of issues happening in apartment complexes, so I'm going to be a no on this amendment.
Okay, next, Mr. Horton, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm very supportive of this amendment. I appreciate Councilmember Toombs for bringing it. I just want to note importantly, this prohibition applies to residential use, which is a defined term within the bill that includes single family, two family, and multifamily. And I think it's very important that we don't provide different levels of privacy protections to people based on the type of home in which they live. So very grateful for Councilmember Toombs for bringing this and very strongly in support of it.
Okay. Mr. Cash, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you. Kind of coming off of the concern and uncertainty I had about the Amendment 2, I believe this is a good amendment, and I'm going to support it. I think there is some gray area when it comes to expectation of privacy on multifamily dwellings. I think we kind of have conflated commercial zoned property and commercially taxed property. I kind of get it's a business, but it's not just a business. And I think that there has been some, concern about, some valid concern about, the difference between folks in single-family homes being treated, with their expectation of privacy being treated a little differently or differently from from those in multifamily. So I'm going to support this. Thanks.
Mr. Cash, Ms. Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. It seems as though this amendment directly conflicts with what we just passed on Amendment 2. So can I get someone to articulate that from Metro Legal or Special Counsel Darby first, and then I'll continue with my line of questioning?
Yeah, Ms. Darby, can you address whether these amendments conflict with each other, please, ma'am?
The amendments don't conflict with each other. They are amending two different provisions of the bill, and this amendment addresses live video only, access to live video from donor cameras, whereas the other provision, 1B, ostensibly addresses live video as well as recorded video from donor cameras.
So if this amendment was to pass, donor cameras could be accessed by MNPD in apartment complexes, just not the live feed, correct?
If the donor cameras met the standards of 1B as well.
And can you speak to what 1B is?
1B is that MNPD shall not have access to donor cameras that view an area that has a reasonable expectation of privacy, focuses on an area not owned by the operator of the donor camera, views an area other than a common area, is installed upon the property of a residential area, and views an area which includes the front door of a residence or an entryway thereto, is installed on property of a multifamily residential use and focuses on an area other than parking lots, parking garages, or other common areas.
Okay, thanks. So before we blow away, clearly. So Amendment 1 does not take away the ability for an apartment complex to opt into Fusus, correct?
They would be unable to opt into Fusus if Fusus was accessing their live video.
Okay. I think it's important, and I think there's council members that have apartment complexes in their district, that it's important to understand that there is a significant amount of crime that is happening in these areas of parking lots and things like that. And so this would be a helpful tool for the people that are living there. So I get not focusing in on someone's door or the residential part of that, but I'm going to not support this because I'm just going to not support this. Thank you.
Next is Public Health and Safety Chair Evans. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I spent a lot of time in December speaking specifically to concerns that I have in my area about multifamily. Multifamily, from my best recollection from that time period, is accounting for about 20% of the calls to MNPD. In particular, in my area, it is accounting for some very serious crimes. I mentioned the murder of the two young adults that was witnessed by a 7-year-old. I have another multifamily complex that has seen a number of significant crimes, who was an early adopter of Fusus before we had to pull the plug on the program. And so I'm not going to support it because I think we spend a lot of time talking about housing and enabling housing in Davidson County, rezoning for apartments. And we can't just let people be beholden to the response times that MNPD has and I need to have investigative tools available to be able to track down some of the folks that are doing some of these really heinous crimes in some of the apartment complexes that I have. So I'm definitely not supporting this one.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Evans. Ms. Toombs, as this is your amendment, I'll recognize you again for any clarification based on the discussion thus far. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. My understanding from previous discussions about cameras in the FUSIS system was that there was significant concern from some council members regarding surveillance of residents in apartment complexes. The Amendment 1 prevents access to live footage of apartment complexes. However, the amendment that we did just pass does allow access to recordings from those common places. So there would still be an investigative tool in place to address or to investigate crimes that occurred in apartment complexes, because there would still be those recordings available to MMPD.
Thank you, Ms. Toombs. Ms. Weiner, you're recognized. Okay. Mr. Parker, Chair Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm resident support of this amendment. I've done a lot of research about how these surveillance systems have been implemented in other cities. There's some pieces online about the experience of public housing residents in Toledo, Ohio, who kind of found themselves in a new scenario where there were multiple cameras installed with very little notification to the community throughout their complexes, and those were being monitored kind of round the clock, not as like an incident response, like, oh, we had a shooting or we had a fight over here, so we're going to go check the camera. The logs from that city's implementation indicated that it was basically capturing and recording everything 24/7. I don't think that that is appropriate, and certainly not without kind of engaging communities and letting them know that that level of constant surveillance is being implemented. So I think that with the ability, as the sponsor of this amendment indicated, to go back and review for specific incidents, I don't see any issue with this interrupting the department's ability to investigate crimes that do happen on these properties. But I think this amendment does kind of prevent that 24/7 kind of surveillance that I don't think is necessarily appropriate. So I'll be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Gadd, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I just want to rise in support and say thank you to the sponsor of this amendment to make sure we're addressing this appropriately. And I think it does tremendously help and improve this area. Being someone that's, I'm hopefully not alone in that I've lived in many apartment buildings and complexes here in Davidson County before finding my way into a different housing situation. I would say as a personal and as in living in complexes that do serve those that are lower income, this is actually a tool that's actually very comforting. Or this amendment is actually very comforting, so folks can rest assured exactly what's going to be accessed and not and when. So I'm very appreciative, and thank you so much to the sponsor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a point of clarity. There is no 24/7, 365 surveillance, regardless of what is said on the floor. It's been very clear that there has to be a call for service placed before the cameras can be accessed. There is a heavy auditing process that's going to be involved, and it's a misconception, and I just wanted to clarify that for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Okay, is there any further discussion on Ms. Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. After hearing Councilmember Huffman, I do have a question about the use of the cameras. So if there is and I'm not sure who can answer this, but if there is a crime being committed and MNPD at an apartment complex, MNPD would not be able to get the live video with this particular amendment, how would they get the recorded video then? Would they have to go through the process that they do now where they have to contact the apartment complex, or will the video be available through the cloud service where the videos are.
Okay, I'm going to put that to the administration because it goes to kind of practical implementation rather than kind of all the legal contradictions and so forth potentially that Ms. Darby was stressing. And I'm looking for the mic. There it is. Mr. Rosenberg, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Dave Rosenberg with the Mayor's Office. Council member, with this amendment, they would not have to go through the process that they do now. They would still be able to access it quicker.
Okay. Ms. Vo, on Amendment 1, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to also bring to the floor that last meeting, Councilmember Sepulveda shared that, this will affect low-income, high minority populations, like it did in the LPR pilot. So I want us to be mindful of that as we decide and review all of these amendments. Thank you.
Okay. Is anyone else seeking discussion on Amendment number 1? Okay. We will move to the vote now. It requires a simple majority. I'm going to try that by voice. I think this one may be a little more split, so if it's at all unclear to me, I will move to a roll call vote. As I always ask you all, just, make your vote statement clear. Don't try to elevate your voice more to have your voice more, right? It's not volume, it's quantity, okay? So, okay. All in favor of the motion to amend with Amendment 1, please say aye. All voting no on Amendment 1. Any abstaining? Okay. I'm going to roll call it, folks. I think I know what it was, but just in an abundance of caution, I do apologize. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the machine on this amendment, please, sir? And I appreciate you, council members. You did a good job with your voices there. It was real close. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Clerk. Please show the vote. Okay, the motion to amend with Amendment 2 passes. I should have trusted my ears. Yes, 23, no, 13, and 1 abstention. All right, so now Amendment 1 is also on the bill. Mr. Horton, I know it seems perfunctory, but back to you to get it before us again as amended. Yes, sir?
I'd like to move for approval as amended, please.
Okay, so now we are on to discussion of the bill approval as amended. Mr. Prep T, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move adoption of Amendment 5.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion properly seconded regarding Amendment 5. Mr. Prep T, that is your amendment. So go ahead, sir, regarding Amendment 5.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Colleagues, essentially what this amendment does is require that there be essentially a chain of custody and a capturing of any evidence or any instance where MNPD is utilizing these cameras and they see an instance of either the utilization of unlawful force or any violation of MNPD policy as it relates to the use of force, requires that, one, they preserve that image and preserve that footage, and two, that they immediately refer that specific footage to both the District Attorney General's office and the internal office of professional accountability within MNPD. So that's what this amendment does, and I would appreciate your support on this. And with that, Madam Vice Mayor, I renew my motion.
Okay, we're on to discussion then of Amendment 5. You've heard a description from Councilman Prep T. Councilman Nash, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this amendment for the same reason that I support body cameras on police officers. Video evidence can be very important in determining exactly what happened and who did what. And I think these cameras provide that same level of important testimony, video testimony. We'll be able to get a clear picture, hopefully, of a suspect, where they're going, maybe if they got in a car that can help police officers and get the right person, like DNA evidence, this can easily clear people as much as it can help apprehend them. So I support it and thank the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Mr. Horton, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to rise in support of this amendment as well, and very grateful for Councilmember Prepteet for bringing this.
Okay. Is anyone else seeking discussion on Amendment 5? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the vote. All in favor to the for the Amendment 5, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, any abstaining? Okay, Amendment 5 prevails, passes, and Amendment 5 is now on the bill. Okay, Mr. Horton, it's back to you.
I'd like to move for approval as amended, please.
Okay, all right. So at this juncture, we are on discussion about the bill as amended with amendments A, 1, 2, and 5. And we are on discussion as amended with those amendments. First in the queue for discussion is Councilwoman Welsh. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First of all, I would like to request a roll call vote on the bill when we actually get to the time to vote, if we could, please. Okay. As I think it's been fairly obvious, I am against all of this. I am against fuses. I'm against these guardrails because I don't think these guardrails, I think they're kind of a farce. I don't think there can be any guardrail when we are giving up our privacy and putting in a surveillance system. All of this is already happening on a voluntary basis, and I don't see any need for us to start a new government bureaucracy that we do not know down the road that we are actually going to be able to control. This could very easily be taken out of our hands on many, many levels. Just today, a constituent of mine was picked up by ICE and has been told she's on the way to Louisiana to be deported. She was arrested a week ago, sat on a 48-hour ICE hold in an ICE detainer in jail. Charges were dropped yesterday, and the sheriff's office told me they had no discretion in order to ignore that detainer, which we used to have here because federal law says you have to have the 48-hour ICE hold, and now state law says that the sheriff has no discretion. Otherwise, if he doesn't do this, it means that we're being a sanctuary city, and that would be the felony. That's a sanctuary if we don't, this kind of things happen. Real lives depend on us protecting them, and a service like this, surveillance system like this puts us all at risk in ways that we are naively thinking it doesn't, and thinking that these guardrails are somehow going to protect us from. I believe if we really do, if anyone in here really does think that these guardrails are all we need to make sure that this system cannot be abused, then I would like to move for a deferral on this bill and have this bill track with the actual FUSIS contract so that we can look at the FUSIS contract and see what in that contract might require yet another guardrail to protect us. This is not amendable. The FUSIS bill and all this is not amendable on third. We need to know that any guardrails that are put on that bill, that there are enough guardrails based on what's coming down the pike. So I would like to move to defer this to track until the FUSIS contract is introduced. So I don't know if that's an indefinite deferral. I don't know if that is to a date certain, but until we have the FUSIS contract in hand that we can track this with and know that there are not things in that contract that require yet another guardrail in order to truly protect people, I think this is unwise to do this and think that this is enough. So I am moving to defer.
Okay, no clapping, please. No clapping. We're needing to clarify some things here. So your motion to defer is insufficiently specific, okay? And so if you want to make a parliamentary inquiry about how to effectuate what you intend there, whether to a date certain, a certain number of meetings, would you like Special Counsel Darby's advice or to make an inquiry?
Yes, Special Darby Counsel, I would like your advice. And perhaps from the administration table.
This is a parliamentary inquiry first, so let's do that. And then if we want to get clarity as it relates to the contract that is not yet before us, that would be sort of speculative, okay? So let's get specifically with Ms. Darby first. Go ahead, ma'am.
You would need to make, there are two proper deferral motions. One is to defer to a date certain, which means you need to pick a date on the calendar. The second one is an indefinite deferral. The effect of a date certain would mean that the second reading is deferred to whatever date you were to choose. The indefinite deferral means that it is off the agenda until it is placed back on the agenda, but it would need to stay off the agenda for at least 60 days.
And Ms. Darby, would it be back on the agenda on second reading, or it would start over?
No, it would come back on second reading if for an indefinite, whichever deferral option route you choose, it will stay on second reading until it moves past second reading.
I would like to defer for one meeting in that case, and so I can get a sense of when the FUSIS bill will be coming back and when the contract will be coming. So I would like to defer for one meeting.
So there is a motion to defer for one meeting, and it is properly seconded. So now we are on discussion of the motion to defer the bill as amended for one meeting, okay? Ms. Sward, you seek to be recognized on the deferral? Okay. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to rise in support of the deferral. I didn't think about it until my colleague brought it up, and that's the fact that what if all these guardrails does not answer something that's going to be in the actual contract itself? And I think for that reason, if we're really planning to safeguard, then I think we need to actually look at what is it that we have in front of us and make sure that we cover everything. I want to put some clarification as I'm supporting that deferral to the story that my colleague was sharing, is that was a DV case. It was a pregnant woman with 2 kids. And in this particular instance, our sheriff department has no choice but to have her detained and deported. And so no matter the guardrails that we're putting, we really have to be very careful here. It's a matter of trust, and it's also a matter of power. We're going to be in here talking about another bill. The state is going to preempt us. We cannot do this because the state is coming. The state is coming. The state is coming.
Deferral.
And so the case is we cannot do anything not knowing what the state will bring to us. And I think that's why this bill and everything shouldn't be progressing. And so with that, I'm going to support the deferral. I think we just need to push it and wait for the actual bill, and then we can track it together.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, you're recognized on the motion to defer one meeting. Oh, you don't seek to be recognized on the deferral. Okay. Mr. Horton, on the deferral, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to table the deferral motion, please.
Okay. There is a motion to table. And that is a non-debatable motion between the person who made the deferral motion and the person making the tabling motion, okay? So in our proper order then, we will go first to the person making the tabling motion. Okay, a motion to table may not be made by the last member to speak on the A motion to table may be debated only by the maker of the motion and one proponent of the ordinance or, we're tabling the deferral motion. So it will be between Mr. Horton and Ms. Welsh, who made the deferral motion. Mr. Horton, you go first, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the spirit behind the need for a deferral so we can consider what's a potential actual FUSIS contract. However, we've already actually considered a FUSIS contract extensively and rejected it 3 months ago now, I think. That was the basis that this was prepared on an actual live FUSIS contract, not a hypothetical one. If we'd like to bring any amendments for this, we've been considering this for almost 50 days. We've considered 5 or 6 amendments to this total. If there's any amendments we want to bring, we already know what the contract looks like to bring it. A lot of council members had. I'm very grateful for the ones that have engaged on this. I think we've deferred this as appropriate to consider deferrals, and I've always been supportive of deferring it to allow those conversations to continue. What I have said is that we won't delay for delay's sake, which I think is the objective of this. I think there's not likely anything to change on this for the next 2 weeks. So if, with respect to the council member, if she's going to vote no, I just encourage her to vote no now.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Okay, Ms. Welsh, you are next. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Okay, you are debating in support of your deferral.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I very much appreciate the work that my colleague has done on this and his passion and compassion behind coming up with these guardrails. I don't, as you know, agree that these guardrails are actually guardrails in any real sense of the word. I don't think that we can have guardrails when we have a surveillance state. And I think that we are seeing this happen playing out on multi-levels within our government. And I think that we would be foolish to think that somehow we are going to be immune from what comes down from the federal level and what comes down from the state level. I feel like with FUSIS, as with so many other surveillance systems, we have one shot to get it right. One shot. And if we miss, we are all going to pay the price for that going forward. But it's not necessarily going to be me or any of my other white colleagues here, male or female. It's going to be my colleague, Olivia Hill, who is transgender. It is going to be my Black colleagues. It is going to be my immigrant colleagues. It is going to be their families and their friends. They are the ones who will be caught up in this web of surveillance. I say again, we already do what is happening here voluntarily. What FUSIS offers us is something that's already being done voluntarily. We don't need to codify this in such a way that it becomes a bureaucracy that can be abused and I believe will be abused by the state down the pike. We are going to be debating later on this evening another bill before us that the state is going to potentially come in and if we don't take certain action, simply take over our ability to even impact. That is not out of the realm of possibility. We have seen this happen before. I don't want us to miss our best shot to protect our citizens as best we can. We can't pretend that what we know today is all we need to know to guarantee safety when a contract and other things are coming down the pike that we have yet to see, when we know the owner of the company that produces FUSIS thinks there is danger in regulation, when we have seen other abuses in other cities by other police departments. We are not immune here. There is nothing special and sacred about Nashville that this won't happen to us. So I ask my colleagues to defer so that we can make the best and wisest choices if we're going to put this into place, that we know it is absolutely the best that we can do, addressing every possible outcome so that no one gets swept up in a web and suffers and has their life unended because we decided for whatever reason we needed to rush. So I ask my colleagues to please support the deferral.
Okay, that concludes the debate on the tabling motion. And so we move straight to the vote. So there is a motion to table the one meeting deferral motion. That was made by Mr. Horton. Okay, so if you are in favor of Mr. Horton's position, which is just let's move along with the bill and vote it up or down, you would vote yes in favor of the tabling motion. If you are on the side of the debate with Ms. Welsh and support the deferral motion, then you would vote no on the tabling motion, okay? And so, Mr. Clerk, if we could just do this by roll call, please, sir. The motion to table requires a simple majority. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please. Okay. So the motion to table has passed. Okay. So what that does is that disposes of the deferral motion. Okay. And so we are back then on debate of the bill as amended with amendments A, and hang on, y'all, a lot of amendments. 1, 2, and 5, okay? So that deferral motion is laid upon the table. Okay, so now we are back on the bill as amended, and Ms. Johnson, you are recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, Ms. Johnson has called the previous question. This is non-debatable. Did I hear a second? Okay. On the previous question. So this is it requires 2/3 of those voting to call the previous question. We will try it first by vote. If you support the vote for the motion to call the previous question, then that will end debate, and we will move on to the final vote of the bill as amended on second reading. Okay? If you vote against the previous question or you vote no, then you would like the discussion to continue. Okay? All in favor of the previous question, please say aye. Aye. Those voting no on the previous question. I believe the previous question has prevailed. Is there any abstaining from the previous question vote? Did not see so. Okay. All right. So at this juncture, we will move straight to the vote. We are voting on the bill as amended with Amendment A, 1, 2, and 5. Okay. Ms. Welsh, you did speak to a roll call previously, but that requires a motion that needs to have 3 seconds. And the previous question's been called and we're moving ahead. But in that spirit, I will go ahead and request a roll call vote, okay? So, Mr. Clerk, if you could please open the machine and we will move to the vote. Ms. Gadd and Mr. Prep-T, are you seeking to vote? Okay. All right. Here's. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, the motion to approve on the second of 3 readings for Ordinance 690 has passed with 28 votes in favor, 8 against, and 1 abstention. Okay? All right, so next, also under unfinished business, item 2 on our agenda is Ordinance BL 2025-706, sponsors Toombs, Porterfield, Gadd, Gamble, Parker, and Welsh, and Allen. This is an ordinance approving 2 greenway conservation easements between the Metropolitan government through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Rogers Group, Inc. for greenway improvements at 0 Gwenwood Drive. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports?
Okay. Would you like to provide the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Vice Chair, to start? Or I can go to other committees if you need.
If you could go to other committees.
Yeah, will do. Ms. Gadd? Ms. Gadd? Chair of Arts, Parks, Libraries, regarding Ordinance 706. It was the Greenway Conservation Easement. Do you have a committee report, please, ma'am? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam President. The committee voted to approve, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you. For the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Gamble, you're recognized.
Planning and zoning recommended.
This is 706.
Thank you.
No worries.
Oh, shoot, this is the last I don't have the report in front of me from last meeting.
Oh,
I believe planning and zoning recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. No.
okay, I'm going to Special Counsel Darby to clarify for us because this is business from the last meeting. So, Ms. Darby, can you share with us, can you just do all the committee reports? Would that be good? Because I don't know if these folks still have their reports from last time.
The Planning and Zoning Committee voted to defer this for one meeting.
One meeting, okay. All righty. Transportation and infrastructure, okay. That's fine. Rule 8.1 at this juncture is invocable because one committee to which this bill was referred did recommend a deferral. And so by Rule 8.1, that is a mandatory deferral by rule, okay? All right. So we have disposed of the unfinished business of bills on second reading. And now we move into section F, item 3. This is unfinished business from the last meeting, bills on third reading. Agenda item 3, ordinance BL 2024-687, sponsors Allen, Gamble, Vo, Ewing, Gadd, Cap, Horton, Stiles, Huffman, Evans, Siegel, Bradford, and Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, to amend Chapter 17.04 and 17.28.065, or 065, yes, pertaining to trees. Ms. Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
And actually, I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay, let's get the bill before us. There's a motion to approve on third reading. Is it seconded? Properly seconded. And now that we're on discussion, you may move that amendment.
Thank you. The amendment simply defines applicable staff. There are some references to talking about who can approve things, and I just want to make sure that we know that applicable staff is someone who's qualified. And so with that, I would renew my motion for the amendment.
Okay, there's a motion to amend. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so we're back to you for a motion to approve as amended.
Move approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, there's a motion to approve as amended. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank my many co-sponsors on this. This is a bill for tree protection during construction. It is, number one, important to ensure that we give developers incentives to protect trees, but when they do, we need to make sure that they don't accidentally kill them while they're building their project. So this just defines what those protections are. And I appreciate all the co-sponsors and asking everyone to vote in favor.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion to approve the bill as amended on third reading? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed its third and final reading. Right, next is agenda item 4, ordinance BL 2025-689, sponsors Porterfield, Hill, Stiles, Allen, Cap, Cupin, and Evans Siegel. This is an ordinance approving a memorandum of understanding between the Metropolitan Beer Permit Board and the Metropolitan Department of Codes Administration to facilitate cooperation for the enforcement of Title 17 and Chapter 9.20 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws. Ms. Porterfield is out of town, and so Ms. Hill, as Chair of Government Operations, but also is second sponsor on this bill. So Ms. Hill, you are recognized, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I move for approval.
Okay. All right. So we have got all of our committee reports in. Is that correct, Special Counsel, or?
Approval with the substitute at the last meeting.
Okay. Can you give your report?
Can she give it to me?
Yes,
so that I can?
you can. Special Counsel Darby, go ahead.
It's on the agenda. The Government Operations and Regulations approved it with a substitute at the last committee meeting.
Okay. All right. So that committee report is approved. Recommendation of approval with the substitute. And so that's your committee reports in. And so now, as a co-sponsor, it is with you to make a motion and get the bill before us.
Make a motion.
Approval.
To approval.
Okay. properly made and seconded, and so now we are on a discussion of this bill. And Ms. Hill, was there anything else you wanted to say?
No.
Okay, all right, on to discussion. First in the queue is Ms. Stiles. Councilwoman Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I would actually like to move the substitute.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Are you seconding, Ms. Hill? Okay. Do you have a point of inquiry or order? You need to stand if so, Mr. Harrell. Go ahead, sir.
I have a point of inquiry. Looking at the agenda for this one, it says Government Operation and Regulations Committee, 2/4/25 recommended deferral to 4/1/25.
Okay, thank you for that question. I'll put it back to Ms. Darby. Go ahead, ma'am.
On February 4th, 2025, that committee did recommend deferral to April 1, 2025, but at the meeting of February 18th, it was not deferred. So at the meeting of February 18th, it was on it was on third reading, which is where we are today. So it has moved forward properly.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. It's back to you, Ms. Stiles.
Thank you very much. So this substitute enables the compliance officer, I'm sorry.
I apologize real quick. I apologize. Ms. Darby, do we need to suspend the rules to get the substitute before us? I indicated, okay, somebody could have done a point of order because it was not a proper motion to substitute on third with this bill, okay? So we have to suspend the rules if we're going to take up this substitute. Okay, so we are on discussion, okay? So that was out of order, so we're going to back up. And Ms. Stiles was first in the queue, and you have been recognized, but you are going to need to move to suspend the rules if you want to offer this sub, okay?
Thank you. I would like to suspend the rules. May I make a comment with that, or I just have to go straight with the suspending of the
Okay,
rules?
so there is a request to suspend, is this Rule 41? I believe, Ms. Darby, to offer a sub on third reading. Does anyone object to the suspension of the rules? There is no objection. Okay, with that clarified, there is the rules are suspended, and so you can explain, right? Yeah, you can move your substitute. So, yep, you don't need to explain that because it's not opposed, and that's where we are. So go ahead. You may speak on your substitute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what this does is the compliance officers, they're not codes officers, under the Office of Nightlife, they're compliance officers. They will be trained through the codes department training so that they would be able to address any of the traditional codes violation, but at night. This pilot that will take place for a couple of months downtown ultimately allows us to be able to expand this service across the county. By putting this substitute on it, this allows us to move forward, period. If we don't put it on here, then it's just the pilot and it lives and it dies. And a lot of work was done to get to this point. I think there are many people on the floor right now, frustration about, I want these officers to come to my area. Putting this substitute on allows that to be an eventuality. So I would ask for support. We have the support of the Nightlife Director, Benton McDonough, as well as Codes Director. This is a step forward for us. As I said in one of our previous meetings, there are other cities that are already asking how we got to this point because they would like to also have this type of team. So this is just a positive move for us, and I hope you all will support it.
Okay, there is a motion to substitute, and is there any further discussion on the substitute? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion to substitute, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, so the substitute is on the bill, and so Ms. Hill, I'm gonna go back to you for a, oh, thank you for the reminder. This is now Ms. Stiles' bill. You have substituted the bill, and so I'm going back to you, Ms. Stiles, for a motion to approve as substituted, please, ma'am.
I would like to move for approval, please, Vice Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion to approve as substituted. Is there a second? Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay. Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
Just a question of clarification. So a number of us signed on to this because we're excited about being able to do this, and I can't remember where the rules are on substitutes and whether we move along on the substitute or not, or if we have to say we want to, or how that works.
I appreciate the clarification. The rule is that if the substitute is offered by the primary sponsor, then all the initial sponsors go back on in order. If the substitute is not offered by the primary sponsor, that is not the case. And so if you would like to be back on this bill, you need to email the clerk or come up to the dais and convey that to Sean here, okay? I appreciate the clarification. That's a little bit of a oddity there. Okay. Is there any other discussion on the motion to approve this ordinance on its third and final reading as substituted? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. Oh, all right. Mr. Eastlick as an abstention. That's fine. Mr. Clerk, if you would please record Mr. Eastlick's abstention. This bill has passed its third and final reading. All right. So now we're at a place where we would have been at the start of the agenda. So we have disposed of our unfinished business and we are moving into section G, elections. As you can see, we only have one nominee, so we're not going to use our typical tablet voting. This is a consideration of a nominee for one vacancy on the Health, Education, and Facilities Board with a term expiring on September 30th, 2026. We have a single nominee, and that is Mr. Matt Wilshire, who was nominated by Councilmember Allen. This does require 21 votes. And so with that and the suggestion of special counsel, we will do this as a roll call. But I guess I need first a report from our Chair of Rules, Confirmations, and Elections. You're recognized, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee considered this nomination, voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting in favor.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay. All right. Now, with that, having heard the report of the chair, we will move straight to the vote. Okay? Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the vote. Is anyone else seeking to vote? Mr. Horton, are you seeking to vote on this matter? All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, council has elected Matt Wilshire to serve on the Health, Ed, and Facilities Board with 33 votes in favor. Mr. Wilshire is in the chamber this evening, so thank you so much for your service, sir. All right, we're going to keep it rolling. We thank Mr. Wilshire for his patience. Usually that's on the top of our agenda, but we're in about an hour here. So congratulations again and thank you. Chair Prep T. Chair Prep T, if you'll start making your way back, we're going to move on in through the agenda. Okay, Section 8, appointees and nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons that were scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee this evening. Referrals back to committee will be by rule as part of the council's two-meeting process for all elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals. Chair Prep T, committee report, please. First, for any withdrawals or deferrals, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The following candidates were withdrawn. Candidates nominated to the Advisory Committee on Transportation.
Okay.
Mr. Rashid Faroukbeen, Amber Johnson, and Jeremiah Wooten were withdrawn. Likewise, the nomination of Sam Brooks to the Nashville Education Community and Arts Television Board, and the nomination of Mesut Keklik to the Sexual Orientation Business Licensing Board were deferred one meeting.
Okay. So you shared with us the withdrawals on the Advisory Committee on Transportation for the Choose How You Move program. And then the deferrals are for Mr. Brooks, for NECAT, and Mesut Keklik for the Sexually Oriented Business Licensing Board. Can you make just a consolidated motion to defer their interviews in consideration one meeting, please?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. All in favor of a one-meeting deferral for those two? Any voting, no, or abstaining? Okay, so those are deferred. And then, Mr. Prep T, if you want to go back now to the other folks that are not withdrawals and deferrals.
Yes, the nominate for the Advisory Committee on Transportation, Kaylin Russell, Trent Ben, Dr. Claudio Massa, John Wesley Smith, Matt Ingram, Isaac Swafford, Dr. Morgan Rinberg, Amy Scruggs, and David Harris were voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for approval. Likewise, the nomination of Tim Garnett, the reappointment of Dr. Carol B. Tucker, and the reappointment of Shauna Lynn Radmeyer were all voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you. And again, those referrals back to committee are by rule. So Chair Prep T, now as we move into section I of our agenda, confirmations, you're recognized again for your committee report on the appointees in the second step of your committee's two-meeting process, and a consolidated motion for those folks as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The appointment of Brittany Cole as well as the appointment of Dr. Chike Nzere were all voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for approval. And with that, I move approval.
Okay. There is a motion, a consolidated motion for the approval of both Brittany Cole to the Arts Commission and Dr. Chike Nzere to the Hospital Authority. Is there any objection to those as a consolidated motion? Does anybody want to pull those apart? Seeing none, there is a motion to approve. Did I hear a second?
Second.
Properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. So council has confirmed to the Arts Commission, Brittany Cole for a term expiring on February 2nd, 2029. And to the Hospital Authority, Dr. Chike Nzere for a term expiring July 1st, 2027. We congratulate them and thank them for their service. Are either of them in the chamber this evening? Hello, thank you. So if we can please extend our congratulations to them on their confirmation and their willingness to serve.
Point of order.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Prep T.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I need to correct my committee report on the report for the nomination of Amy Scruggs to the Advisory Committee on Transportation.
Okay.
That was voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We can make a note of that. Okay. All right. Thank you again to everyone for their willingness to serve, whether in the first step or the second step of this process. We appreciate you. Okay. All right. We are now moving into our public comment period, section J on our agenda. Okay. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak at public comment may sign up at a table outside the council chamber from 5 to 6 on the day of the council meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Okay? All right. First on our list and sign up for public comment, I will read the person then that follows, and I would ask them to go ahead and come forward as well so that we will kind of have less lag time in between our speakers. So the first speaker is David Grider on agenda item 81, BL 742, regarding the Historic Commission and Historic Zoning Commission. Speaking in support, after Mr. Grider will be Kathy Carrillo. So I would invite you to come forward as well. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Grider, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, council and fellow citizens. My name is David Grider, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Preservation Society of Nashville. And I'm here regarding the current legislation impacting historical oversight. In recent weeks, our leadership team has met with the Mayor O'Connell, Planning Director Lucy Kemp, Historic Commission leaders, council members, neighborhood advocates, and the downtown business owners. One thing is crystal clear. Everyone loves Nashville, and they all agree that preservation does have a place in the growth of our city. However, for that to happen, we have to have an aligned vision for how it will happen. Through these conversations, the Preservation Society has developed a straightforward preservation plan with community unifying key priorities that include protecting the autonomy and resources of the Metro Historic Commission, integrating processes and safeguarding historic zoning functions, and developing a comprehensive preservation plan that hasn't been updated since 1998. With these priorities aligning with the substitute bill, which is now in front of you this evening, we are amenable to a deferral, but just for one meeting, as we do have pressures from the state. We also are in support of a public hearing during the next meeting. We look forward with working with each of you in all districts throughout Nashville for the future of preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kathy Carrillo. Following Ms. Carrillo will be James Hubler. So if James Hubler could also please come forward. Ms. Carrillo speaking on agenda item 1, ordinance 690, and speaking in opposition. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kathy Carrillo. I'm a Nashville native, mom, and community organizer and co-director of the Remix Tennessee. I've been working to support the immigrant and Latino community through organizing for over 10 years. I'm here today to speak in opposition of the guardrails for the Fuses contract. Many of the false promises surrounding these guardrails have surrounded the aspect of a kill switch or protective protocol. However, it has been brought to the attention of this council tonight that in a case for a domestic violence victim who is a mother to 2 children and is currently 10 weeks pregnant, the law and the requirement of the federal and state level has been used as an excuse to comply with ICE officials. This is an example that we were all fearful of. The lack of accountability and transparency of this administration has led to an environment in which community members will be fearful to continue to trust in this government. Why would this administration, having been endorsed by immigrant communities, support technology that would create a more dangerous environment, not only for those Nashville residents, but for all of us who advocate for them? We are calling on you as council members to listen to the concerns and pleas of community advocates who are on the front lines addressing family separation and criminalization of the immigrant community. There are no guardrails that will allow this to create a safe environment for anyone in a world where a registry has been created, where state law requires compliance, and the administration has intentionally ignored the request of over 54 large, medium, mighty but small organizations who are against this technology. Please do not move forward with this work. We invite you to meet with us and hear directly of these stories of the people who are affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Hubler. After Mr. Hubler will be Ashley Warbington. So Ashley, if you could go ahead and come forward. Mr. Hubler is speaking on agenda item 81, ordinance 742 in opposition. Go ahead, sir.
Actually, I think I'm for it now. If you defer the motion till the 18th, I think there needs to be community input into this. I live in a historic district. We had no opportunity to do that. And I'm sure all of you with constituents in all of those districts also realize that your constituents have not been heard and that it is time that we step forward and listen to the voters who put you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubler. Okay, Ashley Warbington. Following Ashley will be Bill Gannon. Bill, if you would please go ahead and come forward. Ms. Warbington is speaking on agenda item 1, ordinance 690, regarding the guardrails in opposition. Go ahead.
My name is Ashley Warbington, and I'm here today as a mother and someone who understands firsthand the fear that surveillance technology can bring to immigrant communities. My husband is undocumented. My son is growing up in a world where he has to live with the reality that one day his father might not come home. And when I look at this FUSA surveillance system, even with these so-called guardrails, all I see is another tool that could be used to rip families apart. Let's be honest, these amendments are only as good as the word of a private company and the word of a CEO who has already proven himself unworthy. FUSA has made promises before, just like every other surveillance company that sells its services as harmless, only for those same systems to be used in ways that harm vulnerable communities. We've seen law enforcement abuse these kinds of tools, sharing data with ICE and using surveillance to target immigrants, activists, and communities of color. And what happens when those promises are broken? There's no undoing the damage. Let's also take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Tennessee has become ground zero for some of the most extreme anti-immigrant legislation in the country. We've seen bills aimed at denying children an education and even criminalizing those who give immigrants shelter. We know where this is going. The state and federal government are increasingly aligning to create a landscape of fear. And now we're talking about giving law enforcement access to vast surveillance network. That is terrifying. These amendments do nothing to stop that threat. The reality is that surveillance, once installed, almost never stays within the limits it was promised. And when Tennessee has already shown it is willing to push the most extreme anti-immigrant policies, we have to assume the worst. So I ask you, when the federal government calls and asks for footage, when the state pushes law enforcement to use that data to track down undocumented people, do you really believe that these so-called protections will hold? Tonight we heard a lot of talk about what MNPD can access, but what can Axon access? We deserve to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthington. Okay, next is Bill Gannon regarding ordinance 742. After Mr. Gannon will be Catherine Rickmeyer. So if Catherine Rickmeyer could also please come forward. Go ahead, Mr. Gannon, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Bill Gannon. I live at 3519 Central, located in the Richland West End neighborhood, conservative overlay. I represent 7 neighbors who are here with me, and we were all hoping more could make it tonight, but due to conflicts, they can't. Please give yourselves thoughtful time to defer this bill of 742. If you take the time, you may discover a path forward that improves this operational coordination and an interdepartmental collaboration, and you want, without subjugating the historical zoning staff within planning. This bill is flawed. First, it was based primarily on a discredited report that heavily skewed the downtown tourism perspective, and then it gained momentum as a reaction to some vague state threats. Since then, the bill's been substituted and amended with an intention of being more palatable, but no one has gone back to the core question of the initial justification for the change or the magnitude, or whether this is even needed. Another problem with this bill is a lack of thoughtful, open, factual discussion or legitimate public input. Taken together, those issues are a terrible recipe for legislation. More importantly, if this bill passes, council will be supporting tourism over residents and developers over neighborhoods. And that is not the spirit of the Nashville I moved to over 3 years ago. Without the independent agency and authority of a strong historic zoning commission and its knowledgeable and dedicated staff, Nashville risks losing the character that we all celebrate and cherish. Please defer 742 so we can all carefully consider the consequences of our potential actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gannon. Next is Catherine Rickmeyer. Catherine Rickmeyer, are you present? Okay. Okay, folks on the wait list, we're going to get to you because some folks have been speaking a shorter amount of time and Ms. Rickmeyer is not present. So if you are on the wait list, please do remain if you're still here. Next is Adam Shoup. And following Adam Shoup will be Ellen Hurd. So if Ellen Hurd would go ahead and come forward as well. Adam Shoup is speaking on agenda item 690 in opposition. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members and vice mayor. Had the opportunity to speak with some of you already about my opposition to FUSIS last year. I moved to Nashville in August of 2023, about 6 months after the mass shooting at my kindergarten-age nephew's school. But my first substantive letter to any elected was on the issue of police surveillance and FUSIS, drawing on my decade-plus years of experience as a civil public defender in New York City. Proponents of this bill are saying that it's not a tracking technology because that's not what MNPD is going to use it for. And if we needed any further proof that we are living and governed by a gerontocracy, Councilmember Bob Nash said, all we're doing with this software, this technology is sending a little virtual man down a wire to go grab the video and bring it back to the department. I'm sorry, comments like this show a complete lack of understanding as to how surveillance technology works and how it can be exploited. Yes, FUSIS serves an emergency response function, but it also serves a forensic function. You were just here tonight debating how long, how and whether law enforcement would be able to access video that is stored by FUSIS. If it wasn't storing the video, it wouldn't be much of an evidentiary tool. So what is this going to be used for? As a reminder, it's a crime in the state for adults to help minors receive gender-affirming care without parental consent, for them to, it's abortion trafficking for them to help seek reproductive care. And it's already been the state law since 2018 that our law enforcement agencies, state and local, have to cooperate with ICE. There's a DOJ memo that was just issued instructing federal prosecutors to investigate state and local officials who resist, obstruct, or otherwise fail to comply with Trump's deportation agenda. You all are going to be funneling data and video into a system that is going to be exploited and abused, even if that's not what MNPD uses it for. We've already seen in places like Sacramento that cops have unlawfully shared license plate data with ICE.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Okay, next is Ellen Hurd, speaking on agenda item 81, Bill 742, in support. Following Ms. Hurd will be Stevie Malinowski, and if Stevie is here, go ahead and please come forward. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hurd.
Thank you. I am the president of Historic Nashville, Inc., and we would like to thank the council members who have met with us over the last 2 weeks and the bill sponsors for their willingness to listen to feedback from stakeholders in creating this substitute bill. We are grateful for the essential work that the Metro Historical Commission, the Metro Historic Zoning Commission, and the Historic Preservation Department have done to promote historical education and preserve historic structures in our community. Whatever the outcome of this bill, we must ensure that this work continues for the benefit of Nashville and all our residents. This substitute bill addresses several of our concerns with the original legislation. Historic Nashville supports the continued independence of the Metro Historical Commission and their staff. We also support the formal creation of a historic zoning administrator position as proposed in this bill. This provision will help ensure that the complexities associated with historic zoning are prioritized during planning discussions. Historic Nashville is amenable to a deferral to March 18th with a public hearing to continue the discussion around this bill. We will continue to promote historic preservation in conversation with council members, planning department staff, and community stakeholders, as well as the MHC, MHCC, and the city's historic preservation staff. This moment represents an opportunity for our city to recommit to historic preservation, strengthen administrative procedures to provide more efficiency and collaboration, and examine new tools for preservation. While this proposed bill would change the administrative form of our city's preservation programs, if it is passed, it can and should be implemented in a way that will strengthen historic preservation long-term. Historic Nashville is dedicated to engaging with Metro government commissions, staff, and property owners to ensure that the crucial work of educational programming and historic zoning remain priorities for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hurd. Okay, next is Stevie Malinowski regarding agenda item 81, Bill 742 in opposition. After Stevie is Josie McCall. So I'd invite Josie to go ahead and come forward. Go ahead, Stevie.
Hello, council members. My name is Steve Malinowski. I'm here on behalf of the State Historic Preservation Office. I'd like to read some selections of a letter that my office emailed all of you today. As a participant in the Certified Local Government Program since 1985, Nashville's Metro Historic Zoning Commission has been able to successfully implement historic zoning into the city's recent growth. The CLG program, as we call it, is a local, state, and federal partnership which acknowledges communities which have made a commitment to protect and designate their irreplaceable historic properties through state and local protections. Our office oversees the CLG program in Tennessee, and we frequently cite Nashville as an example, as a model for other historic zoning commissions seeking CLG status across the state. Throughout its history, the MHCC has been a statewide leader in multiple categories, and they do very impressive work. This past year, they reviewed 611 total applications for work and ultimately approved over 95% of those applications. We believe that these statistics, as well as their work with local property owners, demonstrate an exemplary ability to protect Nashville's past while helping ensure the growth of Nashville's future. While our office understands and respects the rights of the city of Nashville to pass ordinances that are in the best interest of Nashvillians, we believe the current structure of the MHCC has proven effective and has not shown reason to prompt the reorganization of the MHCC into the Metro Planning Department as proposed by BL 2025-742. Historic zoning is an important development tool. MHCC's history as a leader among the state CLGs has shown that they can adapt and find new and creative ways to meet the needs of constituents and preserve Nashville's historic character. By altering the current organizational structure, the MHCC is at risk of losing the creative freedom which has been instrumental in the department's success. The MHCC has successfully worked in Nashville's best interest to balance preservation with growth, and our office is confident that the existing organizational structure can continue to meet the goals of the CLG program and meet Nashville's historic preservation needs. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Josie McCall regarding agenda item 1690. We now have ample time to dip into our wait list. And so for that reason, Jane Workman will be next if Jane Workman still remains and can go ahead and come forward. Go ahead, Josie, you're recognized.
My name is Josie McCall.
Josie, sorry.
My pronouns are she, they. I'm a member of the queer trans community here in Nashville. I'm also a resident. DHS just changed their surveillance to include gender identity, which means that they can utilize use this to target people like me, as well as people in my community. You gave us guardrails. Guardrails aren't going to save us. Federal government can stomp all over those. You know that. We all know that. This won't protect everyone, as people have said it will. It will target marginalized communities. DHS has already stated that they wanted deregulation, so that way they can utilize it for those purposes. There's live video feed. There's also recordings that can be accessed, which means that I can be tracked as a person. My medical care, where I go, the people I hang out with. These are all fears that a lot of us have in your marginalized communities. You say you have a kill switch, but when will that be used? At what point? If there has to be a call, it said I was listening, if there has to be a call, that means that there has to be a call for them to access it. So what's the point? If they're still going to have a dispatch time, it's not going to protect anybody against crime. It's going to happen after the crime has been committed. Then what? So I think that you should start working with community leaders in this city, and you should start working with them on how to prevent crime, how to access your communities here. This isn't going to be a good bill for us, and I'm asking that you vote no against it, and I'm asking that you vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Workman is here to speak on Agenda Item 81, BL 742, in opposition. And next, also on the wait list after her, is Stephen Watts. Stephen Watts, if you are still present, you're close enough to the podium, so you can sit tight. Ms. Workman, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Jane Workman, and I live at 3714 Central Avenue within the Richland West End Neighborhood Conservation Overlay. I oppose Bill 742. Today, I'm asking for a deferral so that you have adequate time to more carefully assess whether moving historic zoning staff to planning is the right thing to do. I ask you, our Metro Council, to be more transparent and open to problem solving rather than rushing to a solution. If the goal is to improve collaboration and efficiency, why not consider non-legislative options so you can tweak the process for continuous improvement? As elected officials, you represent Nashville residents. Downtown tourism businesses should not have outsized influence as they do with this bill and the report on which it was initially based. Please give the public time, please, to weigh in. Listen to the experiences of homeowners who have worked well with the Historic Zoning Commission staff. Richland West End has worked collaboratively with the Historic Zoning Commission for years. Most recently, when we updated our design guidelines for clarity and to better meet today's needs. The commission helps ensure the guidelines are adhered to. Staff and commissioners have been flexible when possible and firm when necessary. In summary, please slow down this bill's timeline so you can look for less drastic ways to improve collaboration and process while maintaining historic preservation's vital independence and authority. Please vote to defer action on Bill 742.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. Next is Stephen Watts on Agenda Item 1, Ordinance 690 in opposition. Go ahead, sir.
Stephen Watts, District 10. So I'm just going to talk here today a little bit about what scientific racism is. I'm aware that's two of the Trump administration's least favorite words back to back, but we're going to do it. So in the 1800s, there was something called Dysesthesia Ethiopica, invented by someone named Dr. Samuel Cartwright. It's not a particularly clever word. It just means Ethiopian dysensitivity. And what that meant was he invented a disease that he said caused the stupidness of mind and insensibility of the nerves induced by the disease and disrespect for the master's property. It could only infect Black people. And because it was caused by Negro liberty, it was therefore most common among free Blacks. The cure was whipping and slavery. In the 1960s, when people were fighting for the abolition of prison movement, doctors invented something called schizophrenia. And Black people were diagnosed with it at 6 times the amount as their white counterparts. They said it was caused by delusional anti-whiteness, and they called it a protest psychosis. The cure was permanently locking them in prisons and also mental hospitals. In the 2000s, Axon Enterprises invented a disease. The disease is called excited delirium. They said it could only affect Black people. Excited delirium has been quoted in George Floyd's death. They said that he was not killed by a knee on his neck. He was killed by excited delirium. It was quoted in Jordan Neely's death, a man who was killed in New York by someone who was on a train with him. They said excited delirium killed him. Basically what I'm saying is you can't put guardrails on a virus. Axon Enterprises, they're here for control, not for food.
Time is up. Thank you. All right, we have 1 minute of public comment time residual, and so I just will ask if Ms. Catherine Rickmeyer is present. Okay, called 3 times. So with that, public comment is closed. Thank you to everyone who came out for public comment. All right, next we are moving in to Section K of our agenda regarding rules of procedure. There is a proposed Rule 9.3, which would be an amendment to Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council regarding the first reading of ordinances. The sponsors are Mr. Huffman and Mr. Horton. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I think at this point, I've got to ask for a committee report. Is that correct?
You can do so, sure.
Yeah,
yes, we'll take them up just like legislation. So go ahead, Chair Prep T, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. In the committee, we considered this and discussed it. We discussed the possibility of the lead sponsor bringing some amendments just for some clarification. We had a really good discussion. So I'd recommend that colleagues go back and watch that. But ultimately, we took a vote on this and voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay, thank you, Chair Prep T. Back to you, Mr. Huffman.
Thank you. Just like to move for a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. All in favor of the 1 meeting deferral, this proposed rule of procedure, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is deferred to our next meeting. Members of the public, if you will quietly exit the gallery, you are very welcome to speak on our mezzanine. So if you do want to speak to each other, please just move out onto the mezzanine and continue those conversations, please. Okay? All right. Next, we're moving into our public hearing items, a resolution and bills. And so Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Council Office team member Karina Valdez is here as the interpreter this evening. Ms. Valdez, will you please share how you can help?
Los servicios de interpretación en español estarán disponibles en la audiencia pública. Gracias.
Okay, gracias. Thank you. We appreciate you. Okay. So for those wishing to speak this evening, whether as part of our public, as part of either of our public hearings, whether on resolutions or bills, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your specific address if you do not wish to do so. You may want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, what your connection to an agenda item or project is, or who your council member is, okay? All right. Our first item on public hearing is a resolution. It is agenda item 5, RS 2025-1058, sponsor GAD. Ms. GAD, this is a resolution exempting Tantissimo, located at 306 46th Avenue North, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090.e. Okay, I gave you time to get back. Okay. Ms. Gadd, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the extra time there as I said goodbye to some constituents. But on this, I want to make a motion to make sure we move this forward.
Okay, first, if you could ask for your report from the Government Operations Committee, I'm going to recognize Chair Hill.
I see Chairwoman Hill raising her report, so I would like to ask for reports from committees.
Great. Chair Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We heard this approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, got it. It's back to you, Ms. Gadd, to open the public hearing if you would like.
I would like to open the public hearing with a very brief comment. Or may I save my comment afterwards?
You may say it after if you'd like.
I would love to say it afterwards and open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Okay. Would all members of the public here in support of this resolution regarding Tantissimo and their beer permit, please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please, or rather resolution, please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, do those here in support seek to be recognized or speak? Oh, indeed they do. Okay, go ahead, sir. You're recognized. Oh, pardon me. Let me turn on the Mike, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor and Council. Ryan Mercurio from Belcher Sykes Harrington Law Firm here in support of Tantissimo's resolution alongside one of the owners and staff, Anna Aguilar and her staff. We worked really hard with Chair Gadd on this and appreciate her sponsorship. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, is that correct? Okay, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it is back to you, Ms. Gadd, for a motion.
I would like to make a motion for approval.
Okay, properly seconded. Go ahead.
Wonderful. With just a very short comment here in support, I want to just say thank you. This is a new restaurant that will be opening up in Sylvan Park. I want to say thank you to Ms. Aguilar, Ryan, and the entire the entire community there that's been working to open this restaurant. They started over in Richland Park Farmers Market and have opened up a couple of pop-ups and have been really great to work and attend several neighborhood association meetings to make sure that they're doing all they can to be a part of the neighborhood. And with that, I would ask for your support.
Okay, there is a motion to approve this resolution, properly seconded. And is there any discussion on this resolution? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this resolution has passed. Next, we're going to move right into bills on public hearing, ordinances on public hearing. First among those is agenda item 6, ordinance BL 2025-705, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1709 River Drive, approximately 12 feet north of River Court. This is 0.49 acres. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was informed that there were issues with notices.
Okay.
So I moved to defer this to the April 1st meeting.
Okay, there's a motion to defer second reading, or rather the public hearing here, to April 1st. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this bill will be on public hearing April 1st. Okay. Next are agenda items 7 and 8, ordinances BL 2025-712 and 713. They are companions to each other. The first is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government, by changing from IWD to SP zoning for property located at 361 Heron Drive. This is approximately 172 feet east of Nolensville Pike. It is 4.09 acres to permit 350 multifamily residential units. And again, it's companion bill 713, same address, 361 Heron Drive, regarding the requirement of certain materials and materials restrictions. Ms. Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do those persons here in support wish to speak? Oh, most are shaking their head no, but this gentleman is here in support, so go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Manon Hall. I live at 1629 Good Day Court, 37207 in District 3. I'm really excited about this property. I think it's got really good access to one of our major 24/7 corridors that are included in Chime. I am disappointed in the amount of parking that is needed there. I think I'm a big fan of getting rid of parking minimums, and I think currently in our zoning code there, it might require that. And so I would love for there to be I would love if the developer could build less parking there. because it's so close to Nolensville and the rest of Wedgwood, Houston area. Yeah, and I just want to make sure that this goes through easily because this is a great project. Thank you.
Okay. Does the gentleman in the red shirt seek to be recognized on this item? No? Nope. Okay. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Welsh, for a motion on both these bills, please.
I would like to move to approve both bills.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve 712 and its companion 713 on its second of 3 readings. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, both these bills have passed their second of 3 readings. All right, next are agenda items 9 and 10, which for purposes of the public hearing, Ms. Toombs, we're going to take together, okay? Ordinance BL 2025-714 and its companion 715. These are ordinances to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from R8 to SP zoning for property located at 866 Youngs Lane, approximately 430 feet southeast of Roy Street. This is 7.96 acres to permit 159 multifamily units. And again, it's companion 715 at the same address regarding materials restrictions. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do those folks here in support seek to be recognized or speak? They are shaking their heads no. Ms. Toombs, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion. At this juncture, though, I would encourage you, while we've done the public hearing on both bills, we will need to take up 714 and 715 separately, given the potential substitutes.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
I am fine with
Okay. That. All right, back to you.
All right, move for approval.
Of 714 to start?
714, yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Properly. Oh, we've lost quorum? Okay. Please hold. Oh, did you see Mr. Coopin in the way back? Oh, you're already counted, sir, so you don't have to. Oh. Did you see Mr. Horton in the way back? Okay, we got a quorum back. There is a motion to approve that is properly seconded on 714, and so now we are on discussion of that. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
I'd like to move the first substitute.
Okay, so there's a motion to substitute with substitute 1, number 1. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Toombs.
All right, first substitute is changing the language from to an SP, changing to an SP with certain uses prohibited, 85 multifamily residential units as the cap.
Okay, would you seek a clarification potentially from the administration table? Okay, so do you want to withdraw your motion?
The motion and move substitute 2.
Okay, so Ms. Toombs has withdrawn substitute number 1 and has moved to substitute with substitute number 2. Okay, is there a second for that? Okay, so now we're on substitute 2, Ms. Toombs.
So this is changing it to an SP and capping the number of units.
Okay. All righty. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute with substitute number 2? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so we've got the substitute on that one. And if you want to move approval as substituted, we can do that, Ms. Toombs.
Can I get some clarification?
Sure.
From Matthew, please.
Okay, I'm going to acknowledge Mr. Wilkinson at the planning table for a point of clarification. Go ahead.
So Matthew, or Mr. Wilkinson, the request for the substitute was to take some of the uses out, to cap the number of units and to change it to an SP. No, it's already an SP.
Yeah, it was already.
To take some of the uses.
And so you had made two requests. You made an initial substitute request just to reduce the unit count to 85, right. And then you followed up that you wanted to add non-residential square footage and then remove uses from that allowance for non-residential. But the original SP only permitted the residential use. It didn't have a commercial component. So substitute 2 just reduces the unit count. Non-residential uses aren't permitted in this SP because it's a residential SP. The first substitute 1 turned it into a mixed-use substitute that created that 20,000 square foot request for non-residential, and then it also included the uses prohibited.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, I think there may have been some confusion in the request. I just need the second substitute for this.
Okay. All right. So what is before us is, did we already put the second substitute on? Have we voted on that? Yeah, okay. So the second substitute is on the bill. So I just need a motion to approve as substituted.
Move for approval as substituted.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, Ms. Toombs, I apologize just because of the difference in the substitutes. While we could take them together for hearing, we got to vote separate. So now we're on 715, and if you would.
For approval of 715.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it is before us, and now we're to you for discussion or moving your substitute.
I'd like to move approval of substitute number 2.
Okay, there's a motion to substitute with substitute number 2, seconded. Is there any discussion on substitute 2? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so the substitute is on the bill for 715, the companion bill regarding the materials.
Move for approval as substituted.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, any discussion? All right, there's a motion to approve as substituted with substitute 2. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so 714 and 715 have both passed their second of 3 readings as substituted with substitutes number 2. Okay. Next is agenda items 11 and 12. They are companions to each other and can be taken together for purposes of public hearing. That's ordinance BL 2025-716 and 717. Sponsor Benedict. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 2116 Scott Avenue, approximately 350 feet south of Otay Street. That is 0.88 acres to permit 10 multifamily residential units, and 717 at the same address requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of those buildings. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Please open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills, 716 and 717, please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay. Will the persons wishing to speak in support, we do have folks here in opposition. Persons in opposition will speak after those speaking in support. So I'm going to ask those in support who want to speak to come forward, and then those in opposition, you will be recognized afterwards. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Scott Morton with Smith G Studio. We're the land planners for this project. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Metro agencies, the community members, and Councilmember Benedict for their collaborative efforts over the last year as we've gone through this process for this project and gaining support for this incremental development. We've worked closely with stakeholders to develop a plan that aligns with community policies fosters an engaging public realm and delivers high-quality architecture that is contextually appropriate to this East Nashville community. This project will also address the city's pressing need for affordable housing by providing incremental density. And the project is most important to provide housing at all levels, and we desperately need it now. Through smart growth and incremental development, I believe we can address these housing needs through these smart growth principles and incremental development within the communities. In closing, we really sincerely appreciate the support and engagement we received from the community. Councilmember Benedict and Metro staff, we greatly appreciate your consideration and kindly request that you support the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Michael Garrigan with Dell & Associates, 516 Heather Place. I'm the civil engineer on the project. We, as Scott stated, have been working for quite a while on this property to find a way essentially to avoid the large McMansion that infill build seems to be in East Nashville. It is destroying the attainable housing. And our goal here, as governed by the SP, is to build smaller houses that are restricted in height and restricted to square footage. Therefore, they are attainable, that by nature, they will not be able to increase density and still build 3 stories. It's an increase in density, but the height's limited to 2 stories, 2.5 for some of them. We've worked hard through the community meetings to address some of the major concerns. We've revamped the plan a few times. The latest preserves all but 2 of the mature trees on site. I believe there's 15 total, so preserves 13 of the 15 trees. It provides about a 50-foot buffer on the back side for the homes that back up to the property. It provides for guest parking because Scott and Otay currently have issues with street parking. And it really increases and goes above and beyond the Metro stormwater ordinances that are already very stringent. It goes above and beyond those to further reduce the stormwater runoff volumes, both through pervious pavers and bioretention. We are very excited about this plan. I think the Planning Commission sees the need for this attainable housing through incremental upzoning, but doing it such that the square footages and the sizes of their homes are restricted through the SP so that we are ensured that they would be attainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to speak in support? Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Manon Hall. I live at 1629 Good Day Court in District 3. I'm just really excited about more gentle density throughout Nashville, especially in Inglewood. I think this is a great part of town that deserves more housing like this and not the McMansions that get put on these smaller lots. I think this community has a great neighborhood up there, and I think that more people that can afford housing there is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking in support? Okay, at this time, those here seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition may come forward. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. Thank you. My name is Tony Gaffney. I live at 1627 Chase Street in South Inglewood. My wife and I are homeowners there. We are strongly opposed to this rezoning for this property. We ask that you vote no for the rezoning. Many members of our neighbourhood who we have spoken to directly strongly oppose this plan and feel like their voices are not being recognised by our council member, Emily Benedict. We are being listened to, but we are not being heard in what we are trying to say. There have been many conversations and meetings with Emily Benedict where residents of this neighbourhood have stated that they clearly were not in favour of this rezone and this level of density. The overall consensus was to look at an option of more than 2 houses, but far less than the 10. It does not seem like this has ever been really taken under consideration. Like many of our neighbours, we bought our home in this neighbourhood due to a few factors, the level of density and the existing tree canopy being among them. What is happening around us is creating an entirely different neighbourhood. This is displacing and pushing out residents who have lived here for decades, residents that we want to keep living alongside. We aren't opposed to development, but it should be responsible and adhere to existing zoning laws. Development can be gradual, not forced for profit like this is. The character and livability of South Inglewood should not be sacrificed for profit-driven interests, and that is all this development is. We keep hearing about affordable housing. This proposed 10 units will not make housing more affordable. A review of the square footage and potential costs suggests otherwise. We keep being told about housing shortages, but everywhere I go, I see unsold housing sitting around Nashville, and places like Trinity Lane continue to turn into their own postcode with a number of developments springing up. There are a lot of places in Nashville where increased density is appropriate to cope with the increasing population size of our city, but it does not need to be on our quiet neighborhood streets.
Thank you. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized in opposition? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Forrest Miller. I am their neighbor. Last time I came in front, I voiced concerns about noise, traffic, density regarding the proposed development on Scott Avenue. Today I bring just 4 numbers. I've walked the surrounding neighborhood and identified multiple plots where more than 2 houses have been built while maintaining a cohesive residential character. The pattern is clear that most of these plots are 0.56 acres with 4 houses, equating to 0.14 acres per home. This ratio holds true on even larger plots. Now examine the proposed development on Scott Avenue, and the total land is 0.88 acres. With 10 houses planned, that's just 0.0 acres per home. That's nearly half the space provided compared to the surrounding neighborhood. This development is not in line with the existing land use or historic. People choose to live in houses to raise families and experience a lifestyle distinct from apartment living. What does this development offer that a condo or apartment wouldn't? This answer is clear: nothing. It sacrifices space, livability, and neighborhood character. A more appropriate plan would be to reduce the number of homes to 6, aligning with the 0.4 acre standard per home seen throughout the area. The issue of density, there is also a serious ethical concern. It has come to my attention that Emily Benedict, a sitting council member, took a position as an associate broker with the Cobble Group, a commercial real estate firm, in October of last year. Her own bio in the Cobble Group specifies her wealth of experience from her role in the Nashville Metro Council, where she has been instrumental in creating impactful public policy and fostering relationships with stakeholders across the city. Her extensive knowledge of land rezoning in Nashville equipped her with the ability to help developers navigate entitlement projects. This is a direct interference with the ethics that she stands to hold in Chapter 2.222.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else seeking to speak in opposition. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to the sponsor for a motion. You're recognized, Ms. Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
If I may?
You may, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I have met with the public, and I certainly appreciate them coming out tonight. I have heard from them. I have listened to them. This was presented at the Planning Commission, and it was spoken about very little because it was something that aligns with Nashville Next and what, as a city, we're looking to grow incrementally with infill zoning. If anybody has questions about the plan, I would love to hear from planning. It has been changed. There is a new iteration of it as the result of feedback from the community. And I believe that we're also going to be able to get additional improvements. I spoke with the property owner late last week, I believe it was. It was recently. I don't recall because I've had a lot of meetings relative to another bill we're hearing tonight. And I said to him, we're going to need more. So this is amendable on 3rd. I would ask my colleagues to approve it tonight, and I anticipate bringing an amendment on 3rd that will provide additional benefit to the community.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion to approve on the second of 3 readings. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, we are showing 3 abstentions, Margaret, or rather, Ms. Darby. Is that okay on the second of 3 readings? Yeah, if we'll just record, please, an abstention by Mr. Druffel, Ms. Webb, and Mr. Eastlick, please, Mr. Clerk. Okay. All right. Agenda item 13, ordinance BL 2025-718, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from IWD to ORI zoning for properties located at 502 Lester Ave and 406 Woodycrest Ave at the northeast corner of Woodycrest Ave and Lester Ave. It's 5.58 acres. Ms. Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do those here in support wish to speak? They are shaking their heads no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it is back to you, Ms. Welsh.
Thank you. I would like to move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve on its second of 3 readings. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. All right, agenda item 14, ordinance BL 2025-719 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing rezone from RS5 to RM20A zoning for property located at 34 Lucille Street, approximately 100 feet west of Elmhurst Avenue. This is 0.24 acres. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill, 719, please raise your hands? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side seeking to speak, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Toombs.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 15 and 16. They are companions to each other and can be taken together. Ordinance BL 2025-720 and 721, sponsor Benedict. These are ordinances to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for property located at 1265 McGavick Pike at the northwest corner of McGavick Pike and Oxford Street. This is 0.45 acres to permit 6 multifamily residential units. And again, it's companion 721 at the same address, a bill regarding materials restrictions. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer the meeting, defer the bill to the first meeting in April with a public hearing held on April 1st.
Okay, so as I understand your motion, it is to defer both 720 and 721 to the meeting of
April 1st.
April 1st with
Have the public hearing held that night
at that time, deferring the second reading. Okay, you've heard the deferral motion of sponsor Benedict. Is there a second? Is there any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, the public hearing of these bills is deferred to the first meeting in April. All right, next is agenda item 17, ordinance BL 2025-722, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 2319 Foster Ave, approximately 105 feet north of Peachtree Street. This is 0.17 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hands? Okay, Would all members of the public here in opposition please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do those folks here in support seek to be recognized or speak? Okay, they are shaking their head no, not as vigorously as most people do so that I can see them all the way in the back, but that's a definite no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve 722 on its second of 3 readings, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is passed its second reading. Next is Agenda Item 18, Ordinance BL 2025-723, sponsor Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from R10 to RM9 ANS zoning for properties located at 3309 and 3313 Curtis Street, approximately 150 feet northwest of Courtney Ave. This is 0.92 acres. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, I see you back there. Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the person in the back in support seek to be recognized or speak? He is shaking his head no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. It's back to you, Ms. Toombs.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 723 on its second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 19, Ordinance BL 2025-724, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville, by changing from RS10 to RM9 ANS zoning for property located at 1704 County Hospital Road, approximately 100 feet northeast of Hydes Ferry Road. This is 0.34 acres. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hands? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do the folks that are here in support seek to be recognized or speak? They are shaking their head no, Ms. Kimbrough. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed. 724 has passed its second of 3 readings. All right, next is Agenda Item 20 and 21. They are companions to each other. Ordinance BL 2025-725 and 726, sponsor Webb. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS20 to SP zoning for property located at 215 One Mile Parkway, approximately 1,200 feet west of Gallatin Pike. This is 8.81 acres to permit 87 multifamily residential units. And again, 726, its companion, at the same address that requires certain materials be restricted. Ms. Webb, you are recognized.
Thank you, and I move to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for ordinances 725 and 726. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition please raise your hands? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do the folks here in support seek to be recognized or speak? They are shaking their heads no, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion, Ms. Webb.
I move to approve.
Okay, Ms. Webb has moved the approval of both 725 and 726. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, 725 and 726 have passed their second of 3 readings. Okay, next is Agenda Item 22. This is Ordinance BL 2025-727, sponsor Benedict. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 800 Gwynn Drive at the southeast corner of Patapsco Street and Gwen Drive. This is 0.32 acres. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the public hearing to the first meeting in April, also with second reading at that time.
Okay, so there is a motion to defer the second reading of this bill with a public hearing on April 1st, as would be on a Title 17 bill on second reading. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the deferral to April 1st? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, the public hearing of that bill will be on at the meeting of April 1st. Okay, next is agenda item 23, ordinance BL 2025-728, sponsor Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for properties located at 354, 358, 362, and 366 Rio Vista Drive, approximately 400 feet southeast of Anderson Lane. This is 0.73 acres. Ms. Hancock, you are recognized.
I'd like to move to defer the public hearing to April 1st due to lack of notice.
Okay, there is a motion to defer the second reading and public hearing of this bill to the meeting of April 1st. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that deferral? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, the public hearing on second reading of 728 will be on April 1st. Okay, next is agenda item 24. This is ordinance BL 2025-729, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS 10 to OR 20 ANS zoning for property located at 2826 Hartford Drive at the northeast corner of Thompson Lane and Hartford Drive. This is 1.04 acres. Ms. Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill, 729, please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, do the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak? Nope. Okay, they are saying no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. It's back to you for a motion, Ms. Welsh.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, 729 has passed its second of three readings. Agenda item 25, ordinance BL 2025-730, sponsor Kimbrough, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS 10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1809 County Hospital Road, approximately 254 feet east of Manchester Avenue. This is 0.51 acres. Ms. Kimbrough, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There were issues with the notices, and I moved to defer to the April 1st meeting.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded, deferring the second reading and public hearing of Bill 730 to the meeting of April 1st. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, that will have its hearing on April the 1st. Okay, next is agenda item 26, ordinance BL 2025-731, sponsor Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from SP to MUG-ANS zoning for property located at 2400 Clarksville Pike at the northwest corner of 24th Avenue North and Clarksville Pike. This is 2.39 acres. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for ordinance 731. Would all persons here in support of 731 please raise your hand? Okay. Would all persons here in opposition to 731 please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the person here in support seek to be recognized or speak? He's saying no, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Move for approval.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Okay, any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of three readings. Next is Agenda Item 27, Ordinance BL 2025-732, sponsor Ellis. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by amending a planned unit development overlay district on property located at 3620 Anderson Road at the northwest corner of Smith Springs Road and Anderson Road. This is zoned R10. It is 0.84 acres and within a planned unit development overlay district to modify the permitted uses. Ms. Ellis, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open on ordinance 732. Would all members of the public here in support of this ordinance, please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this ordinance, please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman's support seek to be recognized? He is saying no, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, Ms. Ellis, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 28 and 29. They are companions to each other, and so they can be taken for public hearing at the same time. The first is ordinance BL 2025-733, and the next one is 734, sponsor Harrell. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at 4316 Laverne Couchville Pike and 4144 Maxwell Road, approximately 1,600 feet south of Old Hickory Boulevard. This is 13.87 acres to permit 46 single-family lots. And again, it's companion 734 at the same address, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of those buildings. Mr. Harrell, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to please open the public hearing.
Yep. I will declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills, 733 and 734, please raise your hands. Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills, please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, do the folks here in support seek to be recognized or speak? They are saying no, Mr. Harrell. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. It's back to you for a consolidated motion for both of these.
I would like to move forward with approval. I'm sorry, I'd like to move forward for the vote.
Okay. Mr. Harrell has moved approval of both 733 and 734. And there's a second. And is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, 733 and 734 have passed their second of 3 readings. Okay, next are agenda items 30 and 31. They are again companions to each other. These are ordinances BL 2025-735 and 736, sponsor Coupin. Sponsor Coupin. These are an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from IR to SP zoning for properties located at 1205 and 1223 3rd Avenue North at the northwest corner of 3rd Avenue North and Madison Street. This is 1.67 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And then again, the companion bill 736 at the same address to require certain materials to be restricted. Mr. Coupin, we can take both these bills together for purposes of public hearing, if that's your wish.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for ordinances 735 and 736. Would all folks here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Okay. Would anybody here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, would those folks here in support seek to be recognized? They are shaking their head no. And so with that, Mr. Coupin, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a consolidated motion, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move approval of both bills, please.
Okay. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. There's a motion to approve 735 and 736 together. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Those bills have both passed their second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 32, Ordinance BL 2025-735, sponsor Webb. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from IR to RS 3.75 zoning for properties located at Plum Street, unnumbered, 1318 and 1320 Plum Street and Atlantic Avenue unnumbered, and 400, 407, 409, 411, 413, 415, and 417 Atlantic Ave at the north and south corner of First Street and Atlantic Ave, and this is 1.41 acres. Ms. Webb, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for ordinance 737. Would anyone here in support of this ordinance please raise your hand? Is there anyone here in opposition to ordinance 737? Okay, seeing no one here in support or opposition, Ms. Webb, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
I motion to move for approval.
Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 33, Ordinance BL 2025-738, sponsor Taylor. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS5 to R6A, zoning for property located at 1615 11th Avenue North, approximately 250 feet northwest of Cockrell Street, and located within a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district. This is 0.17 acres. Mr. Taylor, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for ordinance 738. Would all persons here in support of this ordinance please raise your hand? Would all folks here in opposition to this ordinance please raise your hand? Seeing no one on either side, Mr. Taylor, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion on 738? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, it has passed its second of 3 readings. All right, next is Agenda Item 34 and 35. They are companions to each other and thus can be taken together for purposes of public hearing if so intended. These are Ordinance BL 2025-739 and 740, sponsor Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by applying a neighborhood conservation zoning overlay district to various properties located west of Neely's Bend Road and north of Longfellow Drive, zoned RS20 and R20. This is 211.13 acres. And again, 740, its companion regarding ordinance, an ordinance that requires certain materials to be restricted at those same locations. Ms. Hancock, you are recognized.
I'd like to move to defer the public hearing to April 1st due to the 30-day rule.
Okay, so there is a motion to defer the public hearing of 739 and 740 to the meeting of April 1st, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, 739 and companion 740 will be taken up at the meeting of April 1st. Okay. All right, next is Agenda Item 36, Ordinance BL 2025-741, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS 7.5 to R6A zoning for property located at 412 McIver Street, approximately 270 feet east of Meade Avenue. This is 0.18 acres. Ms. Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to defer for notice.
Okay.
Lack of notice.
No worries there. There is a motion to defer, and I presume that is to the meeting of April 1st?
Correct.
Okay, it is properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to defer to April 1st for 741, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. This will be taken up at the meeting of April 1st. Okay. That concludes all items on public hearing. All right, yes. Not supposed to allow clapping, but I will allow clapping. I'm feeling that one. Okay. All right, Next, we're moving into our consolidated consent agenda. All resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all the committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda, will be read by me while they are displayed on your television at home or the monitors here. Members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent vote is taken. Okay. Well, I'm just going to have to take a sip of tea before we get rolling into this consent agenda. All right. First, proposed for the consolidated consent agenda among our resolutions is agenda item 39. This is resolution 2025-1059. Next is agenda item 40, resolution 2025-1060. Agenda item 41, resolution 2025-1061. Agenda item 43, resolution 2025, bless you, -1063. Agenda item 44, resolution 2025-1064. Agenda item 45, resolution 2025-1065. Agenda item 46, resolution 2025-1066. Agenda item 48, resolution 2025-1068. Agenda item 49, resolution 2025-1069. Agenda item 50, resolution 2025-1070. Agenda item 51, resolution 2025-1071. Agenda item 52, resolution 2025-1072. And agenda item 53, resolution 2025-1073. All right, now we're going to roll right into second reading items proposed for the consent agenda. Okay, first among those is agenda item 82, ordinance BL 2025-743. Next is agenda item 83, ordinance BL 2025-744. Agenda item 84, ordinance BL 2025-745. Now we are moving into third reading items proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. And first among those on third reading is agenda item 87, ordinance BL 2025-694. And agenda item 88, ordinance BL 2025-707. Agenda item 89, ordinance BL 2025-708. Agenda item 90, ordinance BL 2025-709. Agenda item 91, ordinance BL 2025-710. And lastly, agenda item 92, ordinance BL 2025-711. Do any items need to be removed from the consolidated consent agenda? If so, if members would please join the queue to request that. Okay, very happily, no one is requesting to pull anything from consent. And so with that, we will do the committee reports regarding the consent agenda. Okay. we're going to go first to the Vice Chair of Budget and Finance, Councilwoman Toombs. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval for Resolution 2025-1059, 1060, 1063, 1064, 1065, 1066, 1068, 1069, and 1072, 12 in favor, 0 against. And for bills on second reading, Bill 2025-744, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, next, for the report of Arts, Parks, and Libraries, Ms. Gadd, you've got one resolution and one ordinance proposed for consent. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm going to recognize you at Ms. Gamble's seat. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Chair Gamble, for allowing me to use your microphone. So can I give the reports on both of those?
You can, go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. The first resolution was approved 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstaining.
Okay, that's 1066. Got it. That's one. And next is ordinance 744.
Yes, ma'am. That was also approved, 6 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstaining.
Great. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to keep the mic hot because next is Planning and Zoning. Chair Gamble. Go ahead, ma'am. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered on consent RS 2025-1070, 1071, and those are the resolutions voted in favor, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and then bills on second reading, Bill 2025-744, recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you much. Next is Chair of Public Health and Safety, Councilwoman Evans, for your committee report, please, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered RS 2025-1063, 1064, 1065, and BL 2025-743, and recommended approval for all, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, next for Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections, Chair Prep T for items proposed for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee considered RS 2025-1061 as well as 1073 and voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
And then as well, Ordinance 745.
Yes, yes, on BL 2025-745, we voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, and next is Chair Parker for the report of Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, please, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered resolutions 2025-1059, 1068, 1069, 1070, and 1071. On 1059, we recommended approval 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And on the remaining resolutions, we recommended approval 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Also considered on second reading BL 2025-744. Recommended approval of that one, 7 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay, and if you would do a motion for the consent agenda, please, sir.
With all committee reports in, I will move the consent agenda.
Okay, it's properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the consolidated consent agenda? No. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, you have passed all items on the consent agenda. All right, now we will go back in order of our agenda to resolutions that were not on consent. And first among those lost a tape flag here, hang on. All right, is agenda item 37. RS 2025-960, sponsors Allen, Suara, Vo, and Benedict. This is a resolution approving an adjustment to the Mixed Income Pilot Program as authorized pursuant to ordinance number BL 2022-1170 program. Ms. Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I would like to move for a deferral to May 6th with a brief explanation.
Okay, is there a second for the motion? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So when we passed the mixed income pilot, we made a provision that it could be adjusted if necessary by resolution, which is what this does. And we are making some changes just necessitated by market condition changes that have made it hard for people to take full advantage of it. It has been popular and it has created some affordable housing, which I'm excited about. But we are going to wait on the unified housing strategy, which is due out shortly. And then when that is finished, then this will follow closely behind. So I believe that the May 6th deferral will serve that purpose.
Okay, and Ms. Allen, I apologize because I should have prompted you to ask for your committee reports. Vice Chair Toombs on Resolution 960, please, ma'am. No, that's okay. Regarding the mixed income pilot, 960, sponsor Allen.
Budget and Finance voted to defer to May 6th, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and Chair Gamble for the report of Planning and Zoning on the same bill, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended the deferral for May 6th.
Okay.
12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Great, so we've got our committee reports, we've heard your discussion or explanation, and it's properly before us, properly seconded. Is there any further discussion on this deferral motion to the meeting of May 6th? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this resolution will be taken up at the meeting of May 6th. Next is agenda item 38, resolution 2025-992, sponsors Ewing, Porterfield, Parker, Vo, and Evans Siegel. This is a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a location agreement between the Metro government through the Department of Water and Sewerage Services and T-Mobile South LLC. Let's see, Mr. Parker, Chair, you're recognized.
Withdraw.
Okay, it is withdrawn. 992 is withdrawn. Okay. Next is agenda item 42. This is resolution 2025-1062, sponsors Toombs, Porterfield, and Gadd. This is a resolution affirming the determinations of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County to issue general obligation bonds pursuant to certain initial resolutions previously adopted by the Metropolitan County Council and consenting to reallocations for specific public works projects. Let's see, Ms. Toombs, I will go to you. And as Vice Chair of Budget and Finance, request your committee report.
Alrighty, Budget and Finance voted to recommend 1 meeting deferral, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and I'm going to come back to you. You've got that committee recommendation, but also as I understand it, per Rule 21, relative to bond issuance, that is also a deferral by rule.
Yes.
So no vote required? Okay, all right, so that is deferred 1 meeting by rule. Okey dokes. Next is agenda item 47, RS 2025-1067, sponsors CAP, Porterfield, and Gamble. This is a resolution approving a preliminary engineering agreement between CSX Transportation, a Virginia corporation with its principal place of business in Jacksonville, Florida, and the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County to facilitate the replacement of an existing bridge on Eastland Avenue. Mr. Cap, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This was deferred in committee. I believe it's deferred by rule.
It is, but I still got to get your committee report.
Committee reports, please.
I know. Vice Chair Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend a 1 meeting deferral, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Planning and Zoning, I presume the same.
Yes, recommended a 1 meeting deferral, 12 in favor, 0.
Thank you. And Chair Parker, ditto. This is Mr. Cap's bill regarding the CSX bridge
We recommended a one-meeting deferral, 8 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay, so to Mr. Capps' point earlier, yes, this is a mandatory deferral by Rule 8.1, and so that will be deferred one meeting to the next agenda. All right. Okay, that concludes all our resolutions. And now we're moving into bills on introduction and first reading. Without objection, all items on first reading may be voted on at the same time. Do any items need to be pulled from first reading consideration? Okay, Ms. Gadd, are you seeking to be recognized? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need to pull item number 54, BL 2025-703, and item number 55, BL 2025-704.
Okay, so noted. Mr. Coopin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe I need to pull items 61 and 62 off of first reading consent, please. No, just 61, sorry. Just 61 off of first reading consent, please.
I've got you as 56, sir. Is that?
I'm going to look to Mr. Withers.
No, it would be 61.
Okay. I apologize about that. Okay. So we will pull 61 then. Okay. So don't need to do anything regarding 56. Is that correct? Just to double confirm. Okay. So cross out that notation. Okay. So is there a motion for approval of all the items remaining on first consideration? Okay. Properly seconded without objection to the approval of all those other items except 54, 55, and 61. You have approved all those items on first reading. And now we will go back in agenda order to the items that were pulled from first reading. Okay, first among those, they are companions to each other. So potentially, depending on what you intend to do, you could take them together or separate. Ms. Gadd, the first is ordinance BL 2025-703. In addition, you have sponsors Horton and Allen. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance, of the Metro Government of Nashville by applying a historic landmark overlay district for property located at 4301 Harding Pike, 296 feet southwest of Woodlawn Drive, Zone CS, and located within the Harding White Bridge Urban Design Overlay. And then potentially it's companion 704 regarding materials at the same location. Go ahead, Ms. Gadd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And I would like to move these together.
Okay.
I'm getting flagged to handle them separately, so I will handle them separately.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So if you're going to then move approval.
I need to move the substitute.
Let's get the bill before us.
Okay.
So if you'll move approval.
Thank you for your patience.
No worries.
So I will move approval and ask for committee reports. Is that right? Or
Yep. Let's see. Well, no, because you're on first reading, so you don't have any committee reports. Now that the bill is before us, you can move to substitute.
Oh, that's fabulous. I will move to substitute.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Gadd, anything you want to say about the substitute? You don't have to.
It corrects acreage.
Okay, great. You've heard the explanation of Ms. Gadd, our acreage correction on her substitute. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Okay. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, Ms. Gadd, if you would please move your bill as substituted, please, for approval.
Wonderful. I would like to actually move or request that, I'd like to defer this bill to a date certain.
Okay.
To the second meeting of the council in May, second meeting of May.
Okay, I'm seeing a motion at the planning table. Are you okay for me to recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Wilkinson.
Pass on first and then defer second reading to May.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't understand you earlier when we talked, so thank you.
No, that's okay. Okay, so your
I move
bill
for
is
passage.
substituted, and so you are moving approval on first reading with second reading deferred to the meeting of May 6th. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that is
Just to
correct.
reiterate that? Okay, is there a second for that motion? Okay, is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so as substituted, this has passed its first reading, Ms. Gadd, and it will have its second reading on May 6th. And because that's just how we got to do things, the agenda item 55, ordinance 704, the companion to 703, sponsors Gadd and Horton. This is the companion ordinance regarding the materials for the previous one. And I believe as well, you have a proposed substitute here. So let's just get it before us first.
I'd like to move the bill.
Okay, probably moved and seconded. And then you've got your substitute. Go ahead.
Yes, the substitute corrects acreage.
Again, okay, got it.
To move the substitute.
Yep. Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Okay, any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so the substitute is on the bill, and if you would move.
Would like to move deferral of this bill to May.
No, you want to move approval on first reading as substituted with the deferral of the second reading to May 6th.
Exactly.
So moved. Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. So both these bills have passed, Ms. Gadd, their first reading as substituted, and they will both, as they are companions to each other, have their second reading at the meeting of May 6th at that public hearing. Okay. All right, we didn't do anything with 56 and 61, okay? Agenda item 61, sponsor Coopin. This is ordinance BL 2025-751. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance, the Metro government, by amending a specific plan located at 1324 2nd Avenue North at the southeast corner of 2nd Avenue North and Taylor Street, zoned SP. This is 4.82 acres to adjust permitted square footage and height. Mr. Coopin, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see if I've got this. I think I need to move first for a suspension of the rules, or am I moving the bill first?
Okay.
I guess that's a parliamentary inquiry if I'm moving the bill or substitute.
Let's see. You do need to move to suspend Rule 19.2. Yeah, I took my notes on agenda item 56 for some random reason.
We got that one
Hence
handled.
my confusion regarding SPs and kind of the order of operations. Is there any objection to Mr. Coopin's request to suspend Rule 19.2 to get this before us? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. So go ahead, Mr. Coopin.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval with a very brief comment.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'll be super brief on this one, but just wanted to let, if anyone in the Germantown community is listening, know that this is something that we suspended the rules to have before us so that we can track the notices for the Planning Commission with the notices for the council public hearing. There were some questions from the neighborhood. This is very simple. Changing a use from hotel to office, which is adding an extra story, which is adding some square footage and height. But the neighborhood and the applicant are working very closely together. We've got conversations scheduled, and by the time this is back before us, we'll have it all straightened out. So didn't want anyone to think that this was kind of rushing through, but we have a plan, and we're going to work it.
Okay. There is a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. All right. So this is past its first reading of 3. All right. We are now moving on to bills on second reading that were not on the consent agenda. Okay. First among those is agenda item 80. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2.141 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding the Nashville Music, Entertainment, and Film Commission. Sponsors Sepulveda, GAD, Prep T, Toombs, Evan Siegel, Vo, Porterfield, and CAP. Mr. Cap, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we need committee reports on this one?
You do not, sir, because I think, is that correct? That is correct. Yep.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sepulveda is on a diplomatic mission to our sister city of Mendoza. And so as a courtesy to her, I am asking for a one-meeting deferral of this item.
Okay, there's a motion to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the deferral motion? Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think I have a parliamentary procedure question.
Okay.
Is it possible that we are on the deferral to ask if this could be referred back to committee at this time, or did I have to do that at the, say that?
I can ask Special Counsel Darby. I mean, it's going to be back to committee anyway. It will not? Okay, let Ms. Darby clarify. Go ahead, ma'am.
It would not go back to committee automatically. You would have to ask for a re-referral. If the maker of the motion to defer wanted to add in a re-referral, then the maker of the motion could do that. A re-referral.
Would you like me to address that question to the maker of the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, thank you.
Ms. Stiles is inquiring if you would be interested in amending your one meeting deferral motion to include a re-referral to committee. Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Cap.
I appreciate it, Vice Mayor, but no, my motion is a one-meeting deferral.
Okay. The motion stands. Ms. Stiles, is there anything else?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. I was talking to the Rules Chair about a suggestion. Could you say that to me again?
Yeah.
Okay. So, by his suggestion, I'm going to do a superseding motion to add it back to committee, but also do the one meeting deferral.
Okay, so you are moving to amend the deferral motion to include, so first, we just, in deference, ask the primary motion maker if it's friendly, we just roll along. It is not. He has declined that. You may make a substantively different motion that is a deferral of one meeting with a re-referral to committee. Is there, though, a second for that motion? Okay. There is a proper second, and so that is what is before us. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend the one meeting deferral by adding a re-referral to committee? Seeing none, we will make a vote on that. All in favor of the motion to amend the deferral motion with a re-referral to committee, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, that motion has prevailed. Okay, so the motion that is now before us, we've amended the motion. Now we got to vote again on the motion to defer one meeting with a re-referral to committee. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, so this is deferred one meeting with a re-referral to committee. Special Counsel Darby says it will go to both committees because the committee was not specified. Okay, all righty. Next is agenda item 81. Ordinance BL 2025-742, sponsors Benedict, Evans, Coopin, Huffman, Welsh, Johnston, Gamble, Horton, Webb, Benton, Eastlick, Ellis, Spain, Weiner, and Sepulveda. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 2.128 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the Metropolitan Historical Commission and the Metropolitan Historic Zoning Commission. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Okay, first is the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Chair Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered the substitute bill offered by Councilmember Benedict and voted in favor, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. We then took up amendments 1, 2, and 3, recommended approval of Amendment 1, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Amendment 2, recommended approval, 8 in favor, 4 against, 0 not voting. Amendment 3, recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Then recommended approval of the bill as substituted with amendments 1, 2, and 3, 10 in favor, 1 against, 1 not voting.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you for that report. And next, for the report of the Government Operations and Regulations Committee, Chair Hill, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted for the substitute, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Then we voted as a substitute with Amendment 1, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Amendment 2, 8 against, 0 not voting, 0 in favor. And then Amendment 3, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then we voted as substituted with Amendment 1 and 3, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and just to clarify on your committee report, can you share again the vote of the committee on Amendment 2, please?
0 in favor, 8 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, 0 in favor, 8 against. Okay. All right, thank you, Chair Hill. Okay, Ms. Benedict, those are your committee reports, so it's back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay. Ms. Benedict has moved approval on second reading is to get the bill before us. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move my substitute.
Okay, is there a second for the motion to substitute? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Ms. Benedict, it's to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to our executive directors of historical as well as planning. Thank you to the mayor's office for your input, and thank you to the public for letting your concerns be known. I've met with many people, as most of you know, throughout the past 3 weeks, trying to craft the bill. The substitute bill completely eliminates the first bill, so the first bill is off the table. What the substitute bill does is it first, there's 3 sections that are important, but as I want to point out that as we develop our city, we need to make sure that there are more eyes on our historic zoning. So transferring the historical zoning staff over to planning will streamline their communication so our future growth doesn't water down our rich history. That's very important as we work on this. So what the bill does, the substitute in section 2.128.050, Section A already is in the code. It adds Section B. Currently, Metro Historical Commission authorizes hiring of an executive director, but no hiring authority. That's just a cleanup in the code. We fund positions there. This is just a cleanup in the code to say that he has the ability to hire staff. The next one is the creation of the Historic Zoning Administrator. This will be a codified role, and that will, that administrator will work at the pleasure of the planning department, but, and also will follow the same criteria that the historical commission director has, with the exception that it's about zoning, not just historical preservation. This also in that section reorganizes all of the current staff at at historic zoning, and it's moving them to the planning department as of July 1st. So there's a 4-month transition timeline. And also, they will retain their civil service status. So currently, Metro Historical staff all are civil service. The employees that would be moving over to planning under this bill will retain that status. And then the final section is about codes administration. Currently, there is a 90-day delay period for a demolition of a historic structure. What this does is it says that that newly created position of a historic zoning administrator has the ability to approve that as a part of that process. So those are the outlines of the substitute. This morning, after committees yesterday, I woke up this morning, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and a deferral came to mind. And I was considering a deferral. However, actually, Vice Mayor, I think that needs to be the bill as amended. I'll come back to that. Or should I speak about the deferral now?
Okay, so you have your time on your bill at this juncture, and I will allow just a little extra time here if you intend to make a motion at this juncture. I mean, we're on the motion to substitute at this juncture.
That's right.
Right, so we have to dispose of that before we can address any kind of deferral.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so your time has concluded on the motion to substitute, and that is what is before us. Okay, so we are on discussion of Ms. Benedict's, the primary sponsor's substitute, and you've heard her description. And so first in the queue for discussion on the motion to substitute is Mr. Coupin. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, and I hope I'm not putting words in my colleague's mouth, but I share her thought on a potential deferral. But from what I see before us is a substitute that I think took a lot of great time and effort and energy. I appreciate my colleagues' work on it. I appreciate both the Metro Historic Zoning and Metro Historic Commission, as well as the staff members and community members who have spent phenomenal amounts of time over the last 2 weeks on this matter. I think we've come up with some really good policy. As I said in the committee yesterday, the Metro Historic Zoning Commission is staffed by Metro Historic Commission staff, with a Metro Historic Commission director, but there is not really in the code an indicator or a piece of code for Metro Historic zoning staff. So this bill that I think has been crafted and is beneficial in my opinion, creates that historic zoning administrator position. It gives them prerequisites similar to what the Metro Historic Commission director has, but with a zoning piece as well. It does put that person in the planning department, and you've heard Director Kempf talk about all the ideas and things she wants to work on and improve for these individuals. I think that shared resource is going to be great. And I've had a lot of folks that have emailed me today in the last couple of days saying, please don't put the Metro Historic Zoning Commission into the Planning Commission. That's not happening. We are not touching the toothy parts, so to speak, of these commissions and what codifies and creates and takes down overlays. None of that's touching, none of that's moving. That's codified in state and local law. This is a staff rearrangement. This is a staff relocation. We're taking the folks that are currently MHC staff technically doing Metro Historic Zoning and moving them into the planning department with the new historic zoning administrator. So I think it's good policy just on the front, but also why do it? Why do it so quick? Why not do a deferral? I would love a deferral. I'd love to have a deferral and have a public hearing and time to engage. I would have loved to not spend the last 14 days doing what I wish I had 6 months to do, right? But we do have state legislation that is moving, and the sense I get from speaking to the folks that know what's going on the Hill is that once these bills start moving, it's hard to put that train back in the station. So right now, if we keep on pace, we will still have another 2 weeks. This is just second reading, so we'll have 2 weeks before third reading to still continue conversations and engage. If we don't, state bills are going to start rolling, and we may not get them back. And if I'm left with a choice between bad state preemption or good local policy, I'm choosing good local policy. So I think this is a good bill. I think it's worked out very hard and very well, and I think it's distilled to its simplest form. And I hope my colleagues will support the substituted bill. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cap, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was in the queue. I'm eventually going to make a motion to defer this, but I want to allow the substitute to be debated.
Okay.
I understand that this bill is not yet substituted, so if anybody wants to talk about that, I'd like to allow that.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Cash, are you seeking to speak on the substitute? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councilmember Benedict has made some good changes, and I support the substitute. I support the substitute going on in place of the original bill. I think that some stuff with the Metro Historic Commission has really moved in the right direction. I just did not see how that related to some of the issues that I saw were coming up, other than one that I didn't think rose to the need to move it or study it for 6 months. So I'm glad that has been removed in the substitute. So I think we're moving in the right direction. And I mean, I still, we're struggling with this. Do we do what the state is telling us we better do, or do we listen to our constituents? And I don't work for the state of Tennessee. I work for the people of Nashville. And so I really think that we need to be careful about over-fearing the state. Every month, every couple of months, there's gonna be something that we're hearing from. And I guess I would kind of like to hear from the administration on two things. And one is just a little more substance to what we're hearing from the state. I mean, I'm hearing state, Hill, Bay. I kind of like a little bit more depth on that if possible.
Mr. Cash,
yes.
we are on the substitute. So once the bill is substituted, I think, and we're looking at an approval, I mean, I appreciate it, but on the substance of the substitute, I think those are fair questions.
I encourage my colleagues to support the substitute.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cortez, are you seeking to speak on the substitute? Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to touch on two things. One, we received a lot of emails about this substitute today, as I'm sure you all saw. I do want to reach out to the public and say, no one here, and I want to say this publicly, no one here is trying to get rid of the Historical Commission. No one is trying to defang them in any way. We are trying to be a more effective body, be a more effective government as we grow. Now, we might have different ideas on how we do that, but no one is trying to defang this commission in any way, and I think that needs to be said publicly, especially with all the messages that we received. Two, I think it's good to set a foundation for residents as well. We get into the weeds in what we talk about, rightfully so, we need to. But if you tune in to some of these discussions, you may want to punch yourself in the face trying to figure out where we are. So yesterday in committee, I asked a question to the Director of Planning and also to the Executive Director of the Historical Commission, just to say, if an entity or an individual has a project that touches both these agencies, can we just talk about what that process looks like? And if you hear them, and the Director of Planning very eloquently stated what the process looked like and how nuanced it was, you'll see why the need for collaboration in this is very, very high to make this a more functional body or functional agency for this county. So if you do have any questions about that, look at that, the Planning and Zoning Committee from yesterday on YouTube, if you have any questions about that. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Ms. Gadd, on the motion to substitute?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. Echo some of my colleagues' comments, but I will say that it is not true that we started out in a place that we were going to be respecting the autonomy of the Historic Commission. That is not where we started in conversations. But I am happy that over the last couple of weeks with the speeding train, which we've had over, apparently I've learned from other folks from administration, we've had over a year to understand that there were issues arising from downtown that were supposed to be addressed and to bring forth solutions that now are getting rammed down our throat in a very short time period. This substitute does, after much, and I appreciate my colleague and the prime sponsor here, Councilmember Benedict, for ensuring that we actually protect the commission as a separate entity, because that was not originally on the table. So for colleagues that we're speaking to the public, just need to make sure that is absolutely clear. With that, I'll call for the question on the substitute.
Okay. I apologize. You cannot do that at the end of speaking. You have to request to speak for the purpose of calling the question.
Okay, so I still have time then?
The clock has reset, but I will allow it, Ms. Gadd, if I was not observing the clock, but I know you did not run out your full 3 minutes. If it is specific to the substitute, please, ma'am.
It is, I was going to defer my remaining time to an additional council member.
To
someone who's in the queue?
Okay. Hang on just a second. I don't know how much remaining time was in the queue, Ms. Gadd, so I am just going to go to the next person in the queue, okay? Okay? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start by acknowledging the elephant in the room that several of my colleagues have already touched on. We are up against a deadline, whether we like it or not. This is about if we want to be able to control this process. As I look at my calendar, today's March the 4th. The state legislature very likely going to be out of here in 5 weeks, which means committee schedules are running down, okay? I want to be very mindful of that. Now, I want to also acknowledge Councilmember Benedict on her work with this substitute. I think it's good. I think she has listened to concerns that the community has had. It has addressed several of those. Nowhere does it say that historic is going to be eliminated. We've received a lot of emails that have said the other. Now, what concerns me, though, are the fear tactics that are being used, saying that we're going to eliminate historic. It's incumbent on us in this room to see through that, period. This is good government. It's common sense. I encourage you to vote for the substitute.
Mr. Druffel, you're recognized. Okay. Mr. Bradford, you're recognized. I have a good feeling about this.
This is a question about part of the substitute.
Okay. That's fair.
So looking at it, we're creating a position of the historic zoning administrator. My question, this can either go to the sponsor, to planning staff, or to Ms. Darby. This means this is a position that will have to be paid. Is this position currently budgeted in the current budget we'll be discussing in a couple of weeks, or is this going to be a position we're creating without any pay? What's the status of the money for this position?
Okay, it looks like the sponsor is capable of responding to that, so I will acknowledge her. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Bradford. The purpose of the July 1st date for implementation of this is to make sure that funding these positions is completed during the budget process. So in other words, no transfer of funds are needed because they're going to, as this transition takes place, the full transition will be on July 1st with the approval, of course, at the same time of a new budget that the city will be passing. So I believe that alleviates the concerns, but if not, glad to answer any more.
Okay, does that answer your question, Mr. Bradford, or would you like to direct?
She answered, well, not really, because she explained that existing staff will be transferred, and so therefore no new monies. My question is, this new position being created, do we have money already set aside for that position?
Okay.
Or are we going to have to come back after July 1st and appropriate new funds?
I'm going to direct the question to the administration, and if the administration wants to direct it to Director Kemp or Mr. Walker, that's fair, but I'm going to go first to Mr. Rosenberg. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council members, just speak generally, there are no positions authorized from July 1st on until the budget is passed.
So we're proposing creating a historic zoning administrator, but you're saying that position doesn't exist even if we pass this?
I'm saying 0 positions exist in Metro government on July 1st until they're passed by the council in a budget ordinance.
Okay, so I'm still trying to understand, where's the money coming from for this new position? We're talking about creating a position, but we're saying, well, we don't have any money approved for this position until we pass a budget.
It would be in the 2020 fiscal year 2026 budget with the rest of the planning department budget.
And has that been submitted as part of their FY26 budget?
I don't know the status of departmental budgets at this point. I know they're in the preliminary steps of those.
Then this may be a question for the planning director.
Okay, Director Kemp, budgetary question. You are recognized. Go ahead.
We've prepared our preliminary budget information to the administration. I assume if council moves forward on this, we would react appropriately at planning and work with the administration to do so to ensure that everything is funded at planning,
Okay,
if you proceed.
thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Mr. Druffel, you were wanting to speak on the bill. Ms. Hancock, you are next in the queue. You're recognized. The bill, please. On the bill? Okay. All right. We are on the motion to substitute. And so, Mr. Druffel, if you don't want to speak on the motion to substitute, if you would drop out of the queue, please, sir, okay? Anyone remaining in the queue that wants to speak on the substitute, the motion to substitute. Ms. Allen, do you seek to be recognized on the motion to substitute? On the bill. Okay. There's no one else in the queue on the motion to substitute. So we will move on to the vote, seeing no further discussion. All in favor of the motion to substitute, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. So there is now a substitute on the bill. And if you would please, Ms. Benedict, renew your motion to approve as substituted. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to approve the substitute.
Okay. As substituted. Move to approve the bill as substituted. Is there a second? Okay. So we are on the motion to approve this bill as substituted. Next in the queue is Councilman Kapp. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I appreciate the sponsor saying that public feedback is important to this process. I believe that too. This bill is not amendable on third reading. We're here on second tonight. I am moving to defer this one meeting, and I will make a second motion later for a public hearing to be added on at second reading at the following meeting so that we can hold a public hearing on this issue when the bill is still amendable. I think it's important for us to do right by our constituents, to hear their feedback. The reason this bill is not amendable on third reading is that it doesn't literally amend Title 17, but it is in substance very close to those regulations, and it's related to land use and planning. Those are customarily brought before us with a public hearing on second reading. I think it's important for us to abide by the settled public expectation that there will be public hearing on this bill on second reading. As to the concerns that have been mentioned that if we don't move this tonight, the legislature is going to do something. First of all, it was mentioned that we ought to maintain control. Well, that's not control. If we just have to do exactly what they tell us, then that's not local control. I think if there's a bad outcome contemplated by our friends up the hill, it's important for us to be clear about who's responsible for that bad outcome. If they're threatening to do something that's contrary to the interests of Nashville, we shouldn't just go do it for them. We should be clear about the responsibility there. I also think that this is a thing where everyone can see what's happening in this meeting. We're proceeding in good faith. We want to get feedback from our constituents. We need to have a public hearing on this, and we have time to do it. If somebody doesn't want a bill to get out of their control, then they shouldn't introduce it at the legislature.
Mr. Kapp, are you intending to, you spoke to your intent, but you did not actually make a motion. You still have time.
I meant to move a one meeting deferral.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. So now we are on discussion of you're not in the queue, okay? So there is a motion to defer one meeting. It is properly seconded. And so now we are on a deferral motion, okay? Next in the queue is Councilman Cash. Do you seek to be recognized on the deferral?
I want to ask a question about the deferral. Like there are three amendments. So if we stay focused on the deferral and we pass the deferral, do we never get to the amendments, or can
Okay,
can I move to amend the bill?
Okay,
My
hang on.
amendment.
So are you making a parliamentary inquiry relative to the order of operations, relative to the deferral motion? Or are you intending, I don't think.
I have an amendment. I think two other council members have an amendment.
Understood, but you
So
cannot make a motion to amend over the top of a motion to defer.
That's part of what I'm asking, yes.
Okay.
So if the motion to defer is on the floor, if we stay focused on debating the motion to defer and then the motion to defer passes, we won't do any amendments today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Mr. Cap, go ahead, sir.
If hypothetically another member of the body yielded time back to me and I withdrew the deferral motion, could we then move on to considering amendments and then subsequently consider a motion to defer one meeting?
Okay, Special Counsel Darby, I'm going to let you answer that.
It is proper for a member to yield their time to another member. And if that member were the maker of the motion could seek to amend their own motion or to withdraw their motion.
Okay. Did Mr. Cash have any time left, or? Okay. Okay. Mr. Cash had remaining time. He's going to yield that time to Mr. Cap. Mr. Cap, you are recognized with the remaining time that I can't quite see, but we're going to assume.
As previously stated, I withdraw my motion for one meeting deferral for the consideration of amendments.
Okay. So the motion to defer one meeting is withdrawn with the intention, as I understand it from the body, to continue with discussion on the motion to approve as substituted, at which time, during the pendency of that discussion, any member can be recognized to move an amendment, okay? And so at this juncture, I am going to go to Ms. Gadd, who is next in the queue. Ms. Gadd, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And so with the description that you've just shared, if we want amendments moved, we need to do those during this time.
We are on discussion, and if you were to make, I guess by way of parliamentary inquiry, a motion to amend any here, that would be a proper motion, and we would take that up.
All right, well, just going along, so we have the substitute properly before us. Will move.
It is already before us, yes, ma'am.
Well, I guess in my mind, properly before us with, so we can consider amendments. I will move on my own amendment, proposed amendment number 3.
Okay, there's a motion to amend with Amendment 3. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Go ahead if you'd like to describe your amendment or say anything about it.
It includes the, as described in committee, for those engaging yesterday. This right here adds that zoning staff should have, that under the relocation should have historic preservation as a background if possible. So with that, I will move the amendment.
Okay, there is a motion to amend.
Is there supposed to be committee reports or?
No, we already got those off the top. The committee reports already included all the amendments. So there is a motion to amend with Amendment 3. It has been properly seconded, and so we are on discussion of Amendment 3. Ms. Benedict, do you seek to be recognized on Amendment 3? Yes. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'm appreciative of Councilmember Gadd bringing this amendment, and I'm supportive.
Okay, Mr. Prep-T, do you seek to be recognized on Amendment 3? Okay. So please only remain in the queue at this time if you want to speak on Amendment 3. Anybody else wanting to speak on Amendment 3? Raise your hand. Amendment 3, anybody? Nope. Okay. Seeing no one seeking further discussion on Amendment 3, we will move to the vote. All in favor of Amendment 3, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. We've got Amendment 3 on the bill. Ms. Benedict, if you would, to get everything properly before us, if you would move your bill as substituted and amended with Amendment 3.
There you go.
Okay. Ms. Benedict, is there a second for that? Okay, so discussion continues. Mr. Coupin, do you seek to be recognized on the motion to approve as substituted with Amendment 3? Okay. Ms. Gamble? Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I want to speak on the deferral. I was wanting to speak on the deferral.
Okay, so if you were hoping to speak on that, you need to get out of the queue, please. Ms. Johnston, are you seeking to be recognized? Okay, go ahead.
When would be a proper time for me to move for a public hearing, regardless of what is happening for the next meeting on the 18th? Can that be moved as a separate motion?
Special Counsel Darby, can you address that?
It could be moved during the pendency of the discussion on this, the bill is substituted, or after the bill is either approved as substituted or deferred, then if one is recognized on the floor, then you could make a motion for.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we get to that before we start talking about deferrals.
You can do it now if you want, or if you want to.
I'll let the sponsor handle it.
Okay. Ms. Suara, are you seeking to speak on the bill generally? Okay. Anyone else in the queue? What is before us at present is approval as substituted with Amendment 3. Anybody next in the queue is Mr. Cash, you're back in the queue. You're recognized. Go ahead, sir.
I'm waiting to move Amendment 1.
Okay, you can do so, sir.
Great.
Okay.
I would like to move Amendment 1 with a brief comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So I talked yesterday in committee about that I looked at a couple of other amendments, one that Councilmember Benedict incorporated, not because of my suggestion necessarily, but I think she was getting the feedback and incorporated into her substitute, which I'm thankful for. The other was something that really council didn't have the authority to do, so I couldn't do that, and we'll have some suggestions and made a suggestion to the Historic Zoning Commission itself. However, this is not a major amendment. When Councilmember Benedict created a substitute for her bill, she removed the whereases, I'm blocking on the word.
Recitals.
Thank you. And this just puts them back in. I think I changed 2 words in there, changed a will to a possibility for, but I just think if we're going to move this bill forward, that the rationale for it and the expectations for it should be included in the language of the bill. So it doesn't change much law, but I think it should be in there. So I move approval on Amendment 1.
Okay, as part of the discussion, Mr. Cash has made a proper motion to move Amendment 1. It's seconded. You've heard his description of it, of recitals for context and so forth. Is anyone seeking to be recognized on the motion to amend with Amendment 1? Nope. Okay. Are you seeking to be okay. Seeing that, we will move to the vote on Amendment 1. All in favor of Amendment 1, please say aye. Okay. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. All right. So, Ms. Benedict, if you will renew the motion and catch us up to where we are. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move my substitute with amendments. I'd like to move the bill as substituted with amendments 1 and 3.
Okay.
And go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
And I wonder if now would be an appropriate time for me to ask to request a public hearing to be held on the next council meeting, March 18th.
Not as the same motion, but you have renewed your motion on the substitute with the amendments to restate that. You still have time at that juncture. In that time, you can make the prevailing motion to call for a public hearing. But would we continue with the discussion? Because I believe, yes, we'll still have to go back to the discussion about the approval of the bill. So this will just be kind of like a subsidiary side. Incidental motion. That's what this is going to be. Okay.
Well, thank you for that. And I had tried to navigate this prior to the meeting to figure out where to plug it in.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's clear to the public and to my colleagues. I do plan to have a public hearing on the next council meeting, March 18th. So at some point, parliamentarily, I will ask for that.
Okay, and do you want to do that at this time?
That'd be great.
Oh.
I thought you were Vice Mayor. My apologies.
No, it's okay. I know, we're all kinds of confused up in here. Okay. Okay, I heard a second earlier, but whatever. Okay, yeah, parliamentary inquiry, go ahead, Ms. Gadd.
Knowing a colleague has an additional amendment, I just have a question. Will we be able to address that amendment of the colleague?
Right.
Depending on the outcome of this.
This is an incidental motion that's a valid motion at the time at any point in discussion, and you basically just sort of compartmentalize it and you take it up and address it. It requires 2/3. Okay. Right, so
yes.
That's why we encourage folks not to combine the motion for the public hearing with deferrals and otherwise, because they have different vote thresholds. The bill remains properly before us as substituted with 2 amendments at this juncture with a second. And Ms. Benedict was recognized. She still had the floor. She made a parliamentary inquiry as to the timing on her public hearing, call for public hearing. With the information from Ms. Darby, she has chosen, I believe, have we made the motion yet? I don't believe we've made the motion yet. So that's where we are. Everybody clear on where we are? Okay, you still have the floor, Ms. Benedict. You can choose to make that motion at this time, or if we continue with discussion, someone else could bring up another amendment. Once we dispose of the public hearing, we will go back to the main thing, at which time someone can bring up an amendment as well. You can do it however you like. Your decision.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and get the public hearing scheduled if we can deal with that matter right now.
Okay.
And then go back to the discussion of the substitute.
Okay, you need to make a motion for a specific date.
Okay, I'll move a public hearing for March 18th at council.
Okay, is that a proper motion, Ms. Darby? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded for a public hearing for this bill on March 18th. Is there any discussion on the motion for a public hearing? Okay, I got a deep queue here with a variety of things going on. If you want to speak on the public hearing, okay, Mr. Pepti.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and thank you to the sponsor for calling for a public hearing. Like we've been reiterating this evening, we've had a lot of public outcry about this bill, and I think that it is imperative on us to ensure that the public has a free and fair opportunity to petition their government for redress. So thank you to the sponsor for this, and I rise in support of the call for a public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Rules Chair, Prep T, appreciate that. Is there anybody else seeking to be recognized on the motion for the public hearing? Okay, last call. Seeing none, we'll move to the vote. It requires 2/3. I'm going to try it by voice to start. A motion for a public hearing at the meeting of March 18th. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, that motion passes, and so we will have a public hearing on March 18th. We have disposed of that motion. Where we are now is the motion to approve as substituted so far with amendments 1 and 3, and we continue with discussion. Okay? All right, Ms. Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move amendment number 2.
Properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, colleagues. Again, I reiterate the gratefulness to the sponsor for working with everyone to keep the Historical Commission. But as I look at it and I talk to everyone, what was clear to me and what I thought we're trying to do here is separate the issue of zoning from that of preservation. And so there is a part in the substitute that to me deals with preservation because it has to do with historical building. And the way the process works right now, as I understand it, is that if there is a building that is historical building, not in an overlay, that is about to be demolished, it goes to the Historical Commission. The reason it does is that the Historical Commission has to go in, take stock of it, take photographs and do all of that, and preserve as much as what is in there as possible. That's all they're doing. And that's what is being done now. And to me, that is a process of preservation. So the substitute, as you have it, is moving that function to the newly created historical zoning administrator. It's not a zoning function to me. I've talked to everybody that I can talk to. I think people want synergy because it's coming from codes, which is zoning, to another zoning. That's the only thing that I heard. I've heard that maybe there's no authority to do zoning, but I've also had somebody tell me that the historical commissioner, the director, has that authority right now because he's currently doing zoning. So I haven't heard anything that says it has to be taken away from the Historical Commission. To me, I think if we're trying to draw a line between preservation and zoning, the work that is historical, that is preservation, taking pictures, doing it, just as it is now, my amendment is to say that don't take that work and put it in zoning, keep it with the Historical Commission. And with that, I renew my motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve Amendment 2. It was properly seconded. You've heard the description or reasoning of Councilwoman Suara. So we are on debate and discussion about the motion to amend with Amendment 2. Ms. Benedict, you are in the queue. I will recognize you briefly, please, ma'am.
Thank you. And on the amendment, I appreciate the work that my colleague put into this. In committee, the Codes Department talked about this with us, and all permits originate in the Codes Department. What I would ask for in lieu of this amendment is in Council Committee yesterday, Director Kempf talked about creating an MOU. I would like this to stay with the newly created Historic Zoning Administrator, but I would like them to in the MOU, work together so that that documentation, those photos are made, but that this decision-making is in the authority of that new position.
Okay. Next, Mr. Coupin, are you seeking to be recognized on Amendment 2? Can I do a parliamentary inquiry? You may. You just stand and you say parliamentary inquiry.
I think I did that just now.
Well, you kind of asked if you could and you didn't stand. Yeah, but you're recognized.
Okay, so we just moved approval for a public hearing March 18th. And is it required to have second reading at public hearing, or would there be a chance that you could be at third reading at public hearing?
It could be on first, it could be on second, it could be on third. There is no requirement.
And at third reading, you do not have the opportunity to make amendments based on public hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless you suspend the rules to do so.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Coupin on Amendment 2, sir? Okay, just making sure that's what you're speaking on. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'm on Amendment 2. 4.5 seconds on that topic. I just wanted to point out that on third reading, you can suspend the rules to make an amendment. You can also defer at that point. And personally, if something came up in the public hearing that was worth it, that was needing to be addressed, I think that would be a substantive conversation for us to have. But anyway, back, I'll talk about that more with the deferral conversation. But back on the amendment before us, I'd love to ask Director Walker if I could. I appreciate the sponsor's intention. I do think it's really important to make sure that both MHC and the new Historic Zoning Administrator work collaboratively in some capacity to make sure that buildings are preserved. I actually had a home near me that they came in and did some wonderful photographs and documentation of. So if the Historic Zoning Administrator had that authority to do the 90-day hold or not, would MHC still have some agency or be part of that conversation, or is that unclear in the current structure?
Mr. Walker, Director Walker, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As long as that was spelled out in an MOU, then I believe we would still have that collaboration and can still do that work.
Okay, so that could be done in an MOU.
Yep, that's what I heard. Yes, sir.
Wonderful. So I guess I would say that I'm in favor of making sure that collaboration happens. I worry that, similar to the sponsor had said, that having it live with the MHC versus the historic zoning would be a little bit incongruous. So I don't know if there's a way to kind of resolve that, but I think I would be more in support of it staying with the historic zoning, but having that connection to Metro Historic Commission. And I think the point that has come up a couple times in this conversation is that there's no mechanism to stop a demolition through this process. It is just an opportunity to protect, to document the structure and then work with the applicant to hopefully prevent a demolition. So I think it belongs in the HCA, but I'm open to finding a way to make sure that MHC is part of that as well. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Gadd on the motion to amend with Amendment 2. Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you to my colleague, Councilwoman Suara, for bringing this. As we've addressed in committee and this amendment being approved through committee yesterday addresses, this doesn't, currently, if folks have ever had a property in their district that could be National Register eligible, and I'll take my eyes over here just in case somebody over here, whether it's Director Walker or Planning or Director Kempf, want to wave me down, I'll make sure we ask an appropriate question to make sure we're getting the appropriate information or the correct information. But if you've had a property in your district that is National Register eligible, National Registry eligible, when a demo permit is issued by codes, there is an opportunity for review of that property. It doesn't mean that the demo permit won't get issued. There's a mandatory time that's set aside to give time for staff to review that. And there's been no arguments about that. So the purpose there is to have a historic preservationist, someone who does these types of reviews for these types of properties, regardless of zoning. So that's why I think our colleague has identified something that's going to work perfectly back at Historic Commission. It's wonderful that we're going to hopefully see a draft MOU prior to our third reading through conversations that have been had from committee requests and members. So anything that wants to be addressed there regarding continued collaboration will be able to be addressed in that, because I think folks are hearing that loud and clear. But thank you, and I hope, just urge that you support the Councilwoman's amendment, and I hope you'll see clarity from the folks who do this work day in and day out. If you have questions about that process, it's one that really truly allows property owners to have an opportunity to learn more, but it doesn't mandate them. So there's been no demonstrated issues with this, so I think leaving it where it is a great idea.
Thank you, Ms. Gadd. Is anyone else in the queue seeking to be recognized on Amendment 2? Mr. Druffel, are you seeking to be recognized? Okay. Mr. Nash is the next in the queue for recognition on Amendment 2. Mr. Nash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I may have missed it. Do we have a committee report on the amendment?
Yes, sir, we did, off the top, and I can restate that to
Would you?
Yes, sir.
Government operations?
The Planning and Zoning Committee's report for Amendment 2 was 8 in favor, 4 against, and the report of the Government Operations Committee was 0 in favor and 8 against this amendment.
And part of the reason for that, I think, was the administration brought forth some particular, maybe legal issues. Could I ask that we get somebody from legal or the administration to share that with us?
So you would just like some, I mean, is there a specific question or just that you understand there may be some legal issues with the amendment as drafted?
There was a discussion by Member Rosenberg of potential
not a member
issues.
Anymore. He's in the administration, but yes, I will acknowledge Mr. Rosenberg to answer your question. Mr. Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember, during GovOps, codes expressed that the work they do around permitting, it is in their zoning division, and the work around demolition permits is a zoning function. And with no authority lying in the code for the historical commission around zoning, it's more comfortable legally for something with a zoning function like the historic zoning administrator to have that duty.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Nash? You can have a follow-up. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't, go ahead.
You're tired of listening to me.
No, sir, not at all. I apologize. I did not mean to.
Yes, I thank you for that clarification again. And because of that, I'm going to speak against the amendment. I think it probably needs to be an MOU for those reasons, so we don't end up with those kinds of issues going forward.
Okay. I'm returning to my queue, which is a little bit mixed here because there are folks still in here who don't want to speak on Amendment 2. But moving down the queue regarding Amendment 2, I see Ms. Welsh, you said you wanted to be recognized. Ms. Vo on Amendment 2, Ms. Allen on Amendment 2. Okay. Ms. Welsh, respectfully, you're not in the queue here, and Ms. Allen is already in the queue and wanting to speak on Amendment 2. If you do want to speak on Amendment 2, if you would get in the queue, and/or I'll just go to the bottom and then come back to you. Okay? Go ahead, Ms. Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the sections in the code that talk about the powers and duties of the different commissions, and maybe that's not the place to look, but it says the Metro Historic Commission, without a Z in it, is their job is to preserve records, archives, and historic buildings, and to look into the erection of monuments and other things. And then when I look at what the Historic Zoning Commission is empowered to do, their design and demolition review refers specifically to historic overlay districts. And so I guess maybe we'll need to change that if it's going to also include buildings that are not in historic overlay districts, because currently it doesn't seem that the commission is empowered with that. So I'm just trying to see if we're being consistent with what's already spelled out in the code.
Would you like me to direct the question to a particular place, whether Special Counsel Darby or planning?
Maybe this table, I don't know.
Okay.
That's really where we can start with. I mean, that's what it says in the code. So how do we respond to that?
Special Counsel Darby, do you want to address that, or would you rather? Okay. If you please could decide whether you want to direct that to Director Walker or Director Kemp, because I don't know how best to direct it. So I'm going to.
I will direct that to Director Walker.
Okay.
He knows what both those
Yep.
do.
Director Walker, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me? You're correct about what you read in the code. When that was set up 20 some odd years ago, when the Evergreen structure, National Register listed structure, was demolished without a proper building permit, council reacted by creating that legislation that gave authority to the director of the Historical Commission. That time, it was deemed that we did have that authority. Maybe things have changed in the code where we no longer have that authority, but you are correct.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Any follow-up, Ms. Allen? Neither?
I would just say, I guess, based on what I'm reading, what we have done is say the people who are on the Historic Commission have the expertise to make that call as opposed to the Historic Zoning, because they're all about the overlay. That's just the way I'm interpreting, so I'm going to support the amendment.
Okay. Mr. Bradford, are you seeking to be recognized on Amendment 2? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This question is directed towards Director Walker.
Okay.
Under the current setup of how we do things, what is the process if someone pulls a demolition permit for a historical structure? What does that look like currently?
Mr. Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you. We would get a call from the codes department, and we would reach out to the applicant who was trying to pull that permit. If the property is actually National Register listed or eligible, we'd have a discussion. We'd bring the council person in for that district and make them a part of that discussion. We try to meet on site, educate the owner about alternatives. Can this structure be incorporated? Is there any way to salvage it? If they're not willing to look at any of those alternatives, then we would go out and document it before it's demolished.
Okay.
And we really I defer to the council person. We never hold it up for 90 days. I can never think of a time where it's been held up more than a few weeks.
But currently, you as Director of Metro Historical have the ability to hold it for 90 days before approval, correct?
That's correct.
And so with this substitute.
Or amendment 2.
Excuse me. If this amendment is not added, then you lose the ability to do that, and it goes to the zoning administrator. Is that correct?
That's how I understand it.
Okay. I am going to support this amendment because I believe it's important that we continue the continuity of this process. As someone who has been fighting to save historical buildings in my district, I think it's important that we have the support of the Historic Commission, whose main focus is preserving our city's past, instead of a zoning or planning department that is only focused on building a new Nashville. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Welsh, you raised your hand earlier when I asked about Amendment 2. I have gone down through the queue, colleagues. No one in the current queue has sought to be recognized or wants to speak on Amendment 2. And as such, I will now go to you, Ms. Welsh, on Amendment 2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My question was actually answered.
Okay, great. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized for discussion on Amendment 2 specifically? Okay. Seeing none, we will move to the vote on Amendment 2. Okay. All in favor of the motion to amend with Amendment 2, please say aye. Any voting no? No. Any abstaining? Okay, we're going to need to go on the boards, Mr. Clerk. I cannot determine that by ear. Okay, so Mr. Clerk will load the vote for Amendment 2. Please vote as quickly as possible. Thank you. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The motion to amend fails with 15 voting yes, 20 voting no, and 0 abstaining. Okay, so where we are at present then is on a motion to approve as substituted with Amendment 1 and Amendment 3. So we remain on discussion for that. At this time then, Mr. Druffel, do you seek to be recognized? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, just, let me get back to my section that I had a question on, just a minute here. It says, all staff of the Historic Zoning Commission shall be employees of the Department of Planning and report to the Executive Director. Where do they lie now? Where are those employees and where do they report to currently?
Director Walker, you're recognized, sir.
Could you restate the question? I'm sorry. I was having a conversation.
Under Historical Zoning Commission staff, it says all staff of the Historic Zoning Commission shall be employees of the Department of Planning and report to the Executive Director of the Department of Planning. Where do those employees now currently lie and where do they report?
They're part of the Historical Commission.
So they're
part
currently
of that
with
department.
you, and then they would go to the, okay.
That is correct. There are 7 employees out of the department that work in the Historic Zoning Division.
And Chair, may I ask another question to the Director?
You may ask it to me and I'll direct it to him. Yep.
What service do they provide that you would be missing? Because it also shows in the prior section that you would be able to hire as many or whoever you need for the Historical Commission.
Director Walker, go ahead.
We really wouldn't be missing anything. It really has been treated as a separate division that solely works on historic zoning for the last more than a decade. So it really wouldn't affect our current work under the Historical Commission.
Okay, so how does that work then? Do they then go to planning from zoning to?
Yes, we would work that out with an MOU. If the bill moves forward and passes, we would, the Director Kemp and I would get together with the administration and would work out those details.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Druffel. Mr. Cash, do you seek to be recognized on the bill? Yep, go ahead.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Earlier, at the wrong time, I said that I was wanting to ask the administration about more detail about the state. I've decided I don't want to do that. I've got Mr. Jernigan's letter about the state and the timeline, so I don't want to get distracted by that. Well, I do want to ask the administration table 2 things that are kind of related, but separate. First, so I'm just going to have to put this out there. So I've had a great conversation with Director Kempf. I have great trust in her. we can't always just think about who has the job right now, but this is merging two departments or moving one department to the other. It's kind of a serious thing. So we can't just focus on who the person is now. And to be this is the blunt part, like a good number of my constituents, they see historic zoning preservation and they see planning, which has a very good but very different role in the community. And that's kind of what they're concerned about, is those two going together. So I guess, what is the mayor's office role going to be in making sure that the good things that can come out of this, and the risks that we're taking by merging the departments are minimized? And also kind of like, what do you see as in the next couple of weeks to a month of how you all can help us with all the emails we're getting with the people that are still anxious about this? And if we think this is a good idea, what can we do to ease their concerns?
Mr. Rosenberg, you're recognized for the administration.
Thank you, Madam President. Council member, to the first question, the mayor's been integrally involved in this conversation. He has a long history of historic preservation as a neighborhood leader on the council, and as mayor, it's an important issue. I would say, first of all, when it comes to historic overlays, the authority to make those calls is staying in the exact same place it always has, which is the commissioners that this body puts on the Historic Zoning Commission. It's going to now have the support of the planning department, the community engagement prowess, and a lot of those functions, a lot of those same issues go to both places. So there's a lot of streamlining there. I think a lot of it is in the MOU that was described earlier, and that ensures that it outlives the incredible directors that we've got now. As far as community engagement, we're doing our best to make sure that people understand the real things happening here, that historic is not going away, that there's a lot of bad information that's floating around that has people concerned about their overlays, but that the process related to historic overlays and approvals within them is not changing. Historic overlays are created and removed by this council and this council only.
Thank you. Ms. Hancock, you are next in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to first thank the sponsor for bringing forward the substitute. It's a great improvement over the previous bill, and I'm really pleased with that. I am also really pleased that we're doing a public hearing in 2 weeks, because that's absolutely what the public has been asking for. I completely understand the public concern and perhaps assumptions, maybe misinformation, I don't know, about the fact that they're worried about change and what will be changing. And we keep saying, well, nothing's going to change. We're just moving it over here. And if nothing is going to change, then why are we worried about the state legislature? And why would the state legislature be happy with us moving this to planning if nothing is going to change? So it leads me to wonder and think perhaps something might change we're just not talking about right now. Perhaps there's an assumption by the state that something's going to change and nothing's going to change, and then they'll maybe try to take over the planning commission. I don't know. I just know that we need to thoroughly think through large decisions like this, and we need to thoroughly listen to the public hearing on March 18th, which might go into March 19th. That's just a prediction. I'm not sure. But I truly believe that we need to give the public the best opportunity to share with us their concerns, their needs, and their fears. And we need to be able to openly listen to them and have all the opportunity to make any changes to this legislation if we see this legislation moving forward that the public wants to see. And to do that, I think that we need to defer second reading to March 18th to allow for more opportunity, to allow the public to know that we really are listening to them and we're not just doing that as a dog and pony show, so that we can take our time and stop acting out of fear. You know, the state legislature has made some decisions that some of us have disagreed with, and they've made some decisions that others have agreed with. And we're not always going to agree with everyone all the time. Everyone on this body doesn't agree with everyone all the time, but we don't need to act really quickly in fear and make a gigantic change before we've thoroughly considered all the options. And I know that a lot of you have put in tons of work over the last few weeks. I know I have as well. And I also know that we've gotten hundreds of emails from these constituents that really want to be heard. And so I would like to move for a deferral of second reading to March 18th.
Okay, it's properly moved and seconded, and so we are on a discussion of a deferral motion of the bill as substituted with these amendments and so forth, that all that would move to March 18th, and it would be still on second reading at that juncture. Ms. Vo, do you seek to be recognized on the deferral motion? Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I stand in support of the deferral because we need to hear from our community members. I want to thank the sponsor, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for their work on all the amendments. And of course, I want to thank all of our community members for emailing, especially my constituents who shared their experiences, both positive and negative. Our decisions have real consequences. It shapes the daily lives of the people that we serve. And so for me, if we want to move forward without giving our constituents the opportunity to voice their concerns, I think, we are risking implementing a policy that doesn't fully address the needs or challenges that our community experience and faces. So a deferral is not a delay, it's a commitment to getting things right. So by taking the time to listen, I really think that we can address potential unintended consequences and work towards solutions. I think that's what we all want, and I hear from my constituents. They really want to be able to go forth with the commission, understand what they're dealing with, and whenever they are going for various requests. So I just urge my colleagues to support the deferral so that we can make space for the voices that matter the most, which are our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gadd, on the deferral motion? Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I rise in support of the deferral, and especially with it lining up with the public hearing. I think this will, I'll echo the sentiments that was shared by my colleague. For many of the constituents, I know many folks here have probably heard me say, have, I think, nearly 8 overlay districts, historic overlay districts, are in my district, overlays in my district. And so we have, it's been shared by the sponsor, while the intention is to not have much change there occur from this bill, which I assume still solves a problem that is identified loosely by folks. But what this does is allows us the time that's needed to properly provide information to our constituents and give them the opportunity on the same evening that we'll be voting on the second consideration, so they know they've been heard. So I am very appreciative of my colleague for asking for that deferral. I would echo the sentiments from other colleagues who warned against fear tactics. I think that is absolutely true. I think if we're going to start worrying about the fear of the state, on the speed of this, I would say pull back a little bit, have the conversations, which have really been very helpful with some of the folks who have directly written that legislation at the state. And so was really comforted earlier today to have a conversation that they were really willing to make sure that we got this right, and were at that time okay with a deferral, understanding whether or not they put something on notice, which is the language that's used about adding something to a subcommittee calendar. We've got time to do this right. Wonderful to hear that apparently some folks have been working on this for some time, but then was able to get information from through this process that some of us have only learned about it in the last couple of weeks. So with that, this actually gives us the proper time. It's got time for the folks at the state. So I would just encourage folks to please support this deferral.
Thank you. Ms. Gamble, are you seeking to speak on the deferral motion? Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I would like to rise in support of the deferral. As it's already been stated, I want to thank my colleagues for the great work on the substitute that addresses some of the concerns that we've heard, also on the amendments that have been added to the bill. And I believe that there is a path forward for this bill that will benefit everyone. We heard today from the historic Nashville, Inc., also the Preservation Society, who spoke in favor of this legislation. And they asked for deferral, so to give the opportunity for the community to hear and provide input on the bill. And I think we have not done that. We have not done our due diligence in allowing the public to hear and understand what is being proposed and to weigh in on it. And I think it's our job as elected officials representing the citizens of Davidson County to allow that before we move forward with the bill. I support the bill. I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. I think this is good legislation. I appreciate the motion to add the public hearing to the bill, but I believe that should be done on second reading, where we can go back and make any amendments that we need to without a suspension of the rules or without other parliamentary issues. So, and for those reasons, I speak in support of the deferral, and I hope that we are able to do that so we can add that critical piece of public engagement before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cap, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will not repeat the reasons I've already given for supporting this deferral, except to say that if I haven't heard an argument on the merits for why it's a good idea to have the public hearing on third reading. What I've heard is that there may be some adverse, legislation that's been filed. My response to that is that's the oldest trick in the book. If you go just file something at the state, and then if the Metro Council just does whatever you want, if we go along with that tonight, we've advertised that you could do that on any issue you want to. So I would urge my colleagues to not go along with that and to have a meaningful public hearing on second.
Mr. Spain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to oppose the one meeting deferral. And as someone who's been more than a casual observer of our friends in the General Assembly for more than 20 years, I won't say how many more, but more, I just want to try to add some specificity to this conversation about what we're talking about at the state level. There are two bills in particular that at least I've been watching. I assume they're the same ones the administration is concerned about. And one is fairly straightforward. It says that privately owned property built after 1899 that's located in a tourism development zone, just like the one we have here downtown, is not subject to the authority of a historic zoning commission or a historic zoning law, rule, guideline, or regulation. Pretty straightforward, pretty terrible, but at least we know what it is. The one that is probably more concerning, even though it sounds innocuous, extends the terms of members of historic zoning commissions from 5 years to 6 years. And that's the one we should be concerned about, because that's not what it does. It's a caption bill, and it can do anything that they want it to do. Assuming that, as we've been told, they put these bills on notice tomorrow, that means it would be up in subcommittee next week. We would not know until Monday what the actual intent of that bill is. That's when we would see that amendment. Assuming it comes out of subcommittee, it's in Cities and County subcommittee on Wednesday. Assuming it comes out, it would be then in the full committee on the following Wednesday. Presumably, they would put it on in the Senate side as well at that time, so you have it in both full committees at the same time. That meets on Tuesday. So very reasonable to expect by the next time we are on this floor together, this bill will have passed out of full committee in the Senate in whatever form they choose for it to take, and be on the calendar for the House committee the following day. And that's where we will find ourselves at our next meeting. It is very difficult to put that genie back in the bottle, certainly more so than keeping it, than not letting it out to begin with. And we would be rolling the dice on that by deferring action tonight. I'm 100% in favor of a public hearing, 100% in favor of suspending the rules on third reading if necessary to make any changes that are needed as a result of that public hearing. But I don't think that we serve our constituents or the city by holding the legislature accountable for a bad outcome that we have the ability to avoid. I think that we serve our constituents, we serve the city, and we serve the people that we have heard from on both sides of this issue the best by making sure we maintain control of this process and make sure it's done correctly and in a positive way, which is what the sponsor is trying to do, and I commend her for her efforts. And for that reason, I'm opposing the deferral and support the bill, and I hope you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Benedict on the deferral motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, have heard from many people. I've met with many people. There are definitely many more people I want to hear from. That's why I called for the public hearing, which I've advertised, I don't know for how many weeks, but I was, very, very clear very early on that I want to hear from the public. The challenge that I have with the deferral is if relative to the state. It absolutely is something. I appreciate what my council member next door to me said. However, this is going to happen. This is, as Councilmember Spain just said, they're putting this on notice tomorrow, and we won't know what that looks like. So it'll come through their subcommittee potentially Tuesday, March 11th. We don't meet again until March 18th. If they move forward with it, then, and if we are on second reading on March 18th and we approve it on second reading on March 18th, that means it's up for third reading on April 1st. Hypothetically, on March 18th, if we hear that feedback that we want to then bring amendments, and so we defer second reading yet another week, that deferral would take second reading to April 1st, which would put third reading on April 15th. That would be after the legislature adjourns. I don't think that that's something that we want to let go of. I think the public hearing is going to give us ample opportunity to understand what the concerns are. I think all of us have been working hard on this since the bill was originally filed to understand what's happening and how we can pass this and get the state out of our business, out of our city's business. This body represents 700,000 Nashvillians. I don't know how many parcels there are off the top of my head, but I know it's over a couple 100,000. Historic zoning overlay properties, conservation overlay properties represent fewer than 20,000 parcels in the city, if I'm correct about that. So we make decisions about the city in 3 readings all the time, and it impacts all Nashvillians. This is something that's going to improve our historical processes relative to zoning and planning. We have a planning director who comes from Washington, D.C., the most historic city, well, maybe not the most, Philadelphia was first, but who understands historic zoning and will be working through an MOU with Executive Director Walker. So I trust that they're going to suss this process out, that we should listen to the public on the 18th, but I do believe that we need to move forward with this now. So I'm speaking out against the deferral. I hope that my colleagues continue to ask questions and certainly would love to hear from the administration. I'm out of time, so it won't be from me, though. Thank you.
Mr. Parker, you're next in the queue.
Previous question.
Okay. The previous question is a non-debatable motion. I think I heard raucous seconds for that motion. It requires 2/3 of those voting. If you are in favor of the previous question, you want to end debate and move to the vote on the deferral motion. If you want to continue debating the deferral motion, you would vote against the previous question. Okay, let's try it by voice. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against the previous question, please say no. Okay. I appreciate the no votes, but the previous question has prevailed. And so we will now move to the vote on the deferral motion. I guess, yeah, we're going to go on board. I'm not even going to try that. I know it's late, but Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the machine or the computer or whatever we call it these days for the vote on the motion to defer second reading to the meeting of March 18th. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, the motion to defer has failed. And so with 15 votes yes on the deferral, 20 votes no, and 1 abstention. And so we then continue on debate. What is before us now is a motion to approve as substituted with Amendment 1 and 3 on second reading. A motion to have a public hearing on the specific date of March 18th has already prevailed, and that is sort of to the side. So at this juncture, is anyone else seeking to be recognized more generally on the bill? Ms. Allen, you're next in the queue. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I want to thank the sponsor for the substitute. I think what I first saw was very terrifying and frustrating, and I understand why neighbors are concerned. I hope we can do the education that we need to about the important changes that have been made. What makes me less nervous about this is the robust conversation that we were able to have on the council public forum. And many details were explained about how this can be helpful and actually address some of the issues that have come up, because I don't think the legislation does. So for me, the memorandum of understanding that we referred to several times is very important. And if I may ask Director Kempf to reaffirm her commitment to at least create sort of a framework of how that MOU might be put together by the time we get to third reading, if that's possible. I would like to know that there's at least something we can point our neighbors to and say, here's why we think this is going to keep the Metro Historic Zoning Commission intact and functional and still protecting our historic neighborhoods.
Okay, Director Kemp, you're recognized.
Commitment confirmed, expected, absolutely.
Thank you, Director Kemp. Okay, Ms. Swara, you are still in the queue here. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Again, thanks to the sponsor and everyone that worked on this and everyone that was able to speak to all of us. I think we got to a better place because of the community support and all of the conversations. I will be abstaining on this vote. I almost got there, but one of the things that I don't like that I saw was our lack of willingness to defer. This bill came out of Davidson County. It was people from our county that went to the state and asked for it. And we could have asked those same people to go back and say, we are on track. We just need more time to wrap it up. I don't know why we're not willing to do that. And I think that just says so much to all the people that asked for it, knowing that this came from us. It didn't come from any other county. It came from Davidson County. That's how the bill started. And the same lobbies that put it up, we could have just talked to them. And from everyone that I've talked to, there's not really a real danger. So the fact that we're not even willing to take that one step, I don't understand. These have a very good chance of passing. We just need to give people the time. We need to make sure we're talking to people. People don't trust government because they feel we just do whatever we want. Giving them that one chance wouldn't have stop anything, in my opinion. And with that, I am going to abstain. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else seeking discussion, we will move to the vote. This is for approval on second reading as substituted with amendments 1 and 3. This is only on second reading. It just requires a simple majority. And so I'm just going to try this by voice, unless anybody else wants to seek a roll call. I'm not going to ask for one. So all in favor of the bill on second reading, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? No. Okay, any abstaining? Okay, so we're recording an abstention for Mr. Druffel and okay, that's why you ask for a roll call. It has passed second reading, okay? So it It is passed second reading as substituted with Amendment 1 and 3 at the meeting of March 18th. It will be on third reading. It will have a public hearing at that time. There is one, thank you for your patience, Mr. Gregg, bill left that was not on consent on third reading, and that is Agenda Item 85 and its companion 86, so actually two. Ms. Darby, do I have to take these separately? Because, oh, I can take them together. Okay, yay, because there is a substitute. It's ordinance BL 2024-624 and its companion 625, sponsor Gregg, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance, the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R15 to SP zoning the property located at Pennington Bend Road unnumbered at the corner of Wooddale Lane and Pennington Bend Road, 13.44 acres to permit 39 multifamily residential units. And again, it's companion bill 625 requiring certain materials be restricted. Mr. Gregg, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move 624 as substituted and 625.
Okay, hang on, sir. First, you need to get a committee report.
Oh, sorry.
Is that right? Yep. Ms. Gamble?
Committee reports,
Do you have a
please.
committee report for 624 and 625? Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the substitute for 624. Voted in favor, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and voted for the companion bill 625, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. With that committee report, Mr. Gregg, with a combined motion, if you would please get the bills before us. Move approval, please, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move 624, the substitute, and 625.
Okay, you just need to move the bills, sir. Okay?
Move the bill.
Yep.
Okay.
Seconded. They're before us. Now you need to move the substitute, sir.
I'd like to move the substitute, 624.
Is there a second for the substitute? Okay. Any discussion, anything you want to say about the substitute? Nope.
Real quick, just in response to the neighbors, we removed the trail in the wetlands area, so that's what the substitute
Members, his
covers.
constituents need to hear what the substitute includes. Please, go ahead, sir.
At the request of the neighbors, we removed the walking trail in the wetlands area and retaining the tree canopy with the substitute.
Okay. Sounds like a good substitute. Any further discussion? Nope, not seeing it. All in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Okay. Any voting no or abstaining? And then now, Mr. Gregg, motion to approve as substituted.
A motion to approve as substituted.
Second. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. That has passed. It's third reading as substituted, 624 and 625. Okay? Yeah, motion to adjourn, right? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.